You know who's not here right now?
I'd like to call to order the July 19th, 2018 meeting of the Barnstable Town Council. Please note that tonight's meeting is recorded and broadcast on Channel 18, and then in accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 20, I must inquire whether anyone is recording this meeting, and if so, to please make their presence known. Seeing none, please silence your devices. Madam Clerk, may we have the roll call?
Councilors: Breedenbender.
Here.
Crocker.
Here.
Cullum.
Here.
Dagwan.
Here.
Flores.
Here.
Rep Grissetti.
Present.
Hebert.
Present.
Levesque.
Here.
Neary.
Here.
Schnepp.
Here.
Steinhilber.
Here.
Tinsley. Wallace.
Here.
Thank you. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Councilor Hebert.
I would ask that we all keep in mind Officer Michael Chesner, a police officer in Weymouth. He leaves behind a wife and 2 children. The tragedy of Officer Chesner rings dear to our hearts with the recent loss of our Yarmouth police officer.
Councilor Rep Grissetti.
And I'd like you to please keep the family and friends of little Caius Lee Smith, who passed away recently from injuries sustained in an auto accident. He had just completed the 3rd grade. Please keep him and his family and friends in your thoughts and prayers.
Vice President Crocker.
Yes, thank you. I have the occasion to have had 2 family friends pass in recent time, and certainly that would be Francis Broadhurst, a former selectman of the town of Barnstable, and certainly the silver voice of Francis will never be forgotten. And my good friend and actually my mother's cousin, John Jack Elmer, selectman for 3 terms, had a terrific career here with Barnstable, went on for 6 terms at the State House as the senator from the Cape and Islands, and that is a time when the Cape and Islands had 34 towns in it because of its population. He rose through the ranks as a minority. He became Ways and Means and a whip. He also went on to advance his credentials as a former graduate of Mass Maritime and become the president of Mass Maritime. He's credited with several advances for students, including the boat that takes them all on practical and working tours now. His time at home after that was well served by his work with Cape Cod Baseball Leagues, finding lights and always hustling about for all of the Cape Cod Baseball League efforts. Our sympathies go out to both the families of Francis Broadhurst and the Elmers. Thank you.
We also lost another leader in town, Ray Lang. He served in the Navy for World War II in Korea, spent some time in the publishing industry in Boston and Chicago, but he served on the Barnstable Planning Board for 22 years and just retired from that board 1 year ago. He's survived by his wife of 62 years, 5 children, and 12 grandchildren. We ask that you keep Ray Lang's family in your thoughts. Councilor Beedenbender?
Steve Luciani's wife, Dorothy, passed away last week, and I just want to, he lives in Centerville, and for all the wonderful things that that family has done for our community, I just ask that we all keep them in our thoughts and prayers as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now is the time for public comment. If you wish to speak, please step forward, sign in, state your name, and limit your time to 3 minutes.
Right. My name's Adam Hanson. I'm from Precinct 3. Let's just say retail shops are out of the question. Put a moratorium on them, 2 or 3 years, whatever. I'm a patient man, contrary to what my wife thinks. But the industry as a whole, we shouldn't close this door on the whole industry. You know, there's cultivation, research, lab, processing, transportation. This is an industry that is needed in Barnstable. All roads lead to Barnstable. This is the hub. This is it. Not Brewster, not P-Town. It's the end of the line. Barnstable. We can grow this industry. We can set the gold standard to how it's done in Barnstable. It's easy. Just let them do it. Let the free market take its place. If they want to put a dispensary or a cultivator on Stevens Street and that vacant lot that's been sitting there for 3 years, let them do it. If they want to rent the space from Holly Management on North Street, let them do it. It's the free market. These places are going to be built like Fort Knox. Kids aren't going to be able to go in there and steal stuff. It's an industry. It's a standard. And they're willing to work with the town. They want to help you guys. Just give them the effort, you know, give them the ability to build and start an industry in Barnstable. You know, we don't have a lot of industries left in town. On the Cape, cranberry industry, that's on the way out. Fishing, that's on the way out. We need something new on the Cape that can help build it up. I mean, it's simple. It's legal now. In 1996, California became the first state to have medical marijuana. 20 years later, there's countless states now, 20 plus. You know, it's not going away anytime soon. It's only going to get better, but just give it a shot. That's all. All right, thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to note for the crowd here, the items, if you're going to speak and there's a public hearing on the item, I ask that you wait till the public hearing on the item and not do it in public comment. Anyone else wish to speak?
Good evening. There's nothing more frustrating than living through a flood issue. Seeing your neighbors hurt by financial damage.
Could you please state your name?
Oh, I'm sorry. William Quinn Jr., 11 Second Way, Precinct 1. And good evening, Marshall Cohen. Having someone tell you you cannot speak because somebody has already spoken on the subject. This governing board should listen to all that wish to speak. Their message may be the one to bring forth final understanding. I normally speak to bring ideas forward instead of just complaining, and tonight will be no different. I suggest that the DPW send a crew over to Commerce Road and spend 1 or 2 days, or however long it takes, to repair and/or replace the clapper valves along the marsh. DPW should also clean out every catch basin along Commerce Road. Even filling 1 garbage can with debris will add to the volume of water these catch basins can contain. The town should also contact AmeriCorps and its small army of laborers. The trenches and the natural basins around the marsh that allow the water to drain properly from this area are needed to be cleaned, and some of them dug out again. The debris from the small pools at the end of the clapper valves have sticks, garbage, grasses, and other items in them. When the water fills them up during a storm, the debris stirs up and can clog the clappers, having them remain open, and that causes a backflow problem onto Commerce Road and eventually into the houses. Cleaning up the marsh will help assist in keeping these valves operating properly. I got some good news tonight, and I hope Mr. Flores passes it on to everybody. But just in case, let's hear the game plan. Tell us how we can help to get the plan into effect. The hurricane season is upon us. No one will hold you responsible for the storm hitting us, but indecision and lack of progress in the planning stage and notifying us about this plan will only bring the meetings longer and more resentment. And if I can have one second for 2 lines on a different subject, don't alienate the group doing the dirty work of ridding the town of the predators like coyotes. The largest coyote contest still protects our children and our animals. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak?
My name is Bud Bergstrom. I live on Indian Hill Road in Barnstable. I want to pick up on what that gentleman just said, because I'm here to express my support for Councilor Biedenbender's ordinance to ban coyote, fox, and bobcat killing contests in the town of Barnstable. The coyote killing contest conducted this past winter in our town is a stain on our reputation and should not be repeated. Hunting deer and turkey to put food on the table is for many families a time-honored tradition and far preferable to getting meat the way we normally do via factory farming. But killing just for fun or prizes, as the counselor states, does not reflect a society that that treats creatures humanely and prevents their unnecessary suffering and death. The rationale that coyote killing as a wildlife management tool helps to balance our economy is a hoax. Fewer coyotes mean more rabbits and rats. And coyote killing does nothing to reduce the long-term coyote population, for their fertility rates just increase. If you're concerned about what the gentleman says, then go for the particular predator. Don't go for all of them. The United States is the most gun-violent, industrialized nation on earth. Do we really want to add to that shameful fact? For the first time, I envy you as town councilors, for you have the singular opportunity with your vote to make a really positive difference in our violent society. So when the time comes next month, I urge you to do the right thing, the humane thing, and vote for the councilor's ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak?
Good evening. Peter Halesworth, 30 Commerce Road, Blish Point, and Barnstable. We appeared before you on April 26 to offer an opportunity to join Blish Point residents to work together for a great success story to address the massive flooding during winter storms of our neighborhood. Achieving our goal of flood resistance would grow the town's tax base, give us peace of mind, and provide the community a living lesson about effective collaboration between citizens and government. At the meeting, we were promised a game plan. While thus far we appreciate the visits and the attention of town officials, since April 26th, we have been eagerly awaiting the game plan. Residents and voters in our neighborhood dread the prospect that town infrastructure will once again be unprepared and fail this winter. Investments in property, flood repairs, construction activity, and jobs are stalled by this uncertainty due to a lack of a game plan. For sale signs are popping up as silence and indecision prevails. Unfortunately, time is not our friend. This is an emergency. 3 valuable months have passed. without a game plan. From the start, our goal has been to make flood resistance in our neighborhood a success story with cooperation from all levels of government. At the state level, elected officials get the urgency. State Senator Julian Sear, State Representative Will Crocker, State Representative Tim Whalen are moving heaven and earth on Beacon Hill to help secure funding for necessary improvements. Their actions will be remembered by voters in our neighborhood. We are mutually dependent as a growing amount of tax dollars from our neighborhood, $2 million in property tax levied this year, is exchanged for town services. This $2 million pays for the salaries of all the firefighters in town of Barnstable for all of the town's precincts. If our home values decrease, the town's wallet will suffer and impact services. I will reiterate the recommendations Bush Point residents made on April 26th. Schedule aggressive seasonal maintenance of the current storm drainage system. Inspect and repair the culverts, drainage pipes, and valves from the marsh. Enhance our defenses with a higher berm along the sidewalk. Fast track the processing of permits
About 30
needed by
seconds.
residents. Collaborate with residents, state officials, and all stakeholders to create a game plan for a solution. There still is much to be done. Thank you for the opportunity to remind the town council about the urgency of a game plan.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Not going to be any applause in the chamber. Anyone else want to speak?
Come with a lot of baggage. So I just sign here? Sorry, it's
Yep,
my
just sign in and state your name.
Hi everyone, I'm Cindy Martin and I'm here as a mom and as a public health professional, and thank you Britt for posting that thing on Facebook about the vote on cannabis today. So I just had 2 points. If you're moving forward with saying yes to the sale of cannabis in Barnstable, 2 things, sorry I'm nervous, 2 things to consider. For taxation, please do what you can to tax as much as possible for it so that it covers the administrative costs, the youth prevention efforts that need to happen, and then the bonus stuff that you guys are hoping to fund through taxing cannabis. And then the other piece is with zoning laws, please make sure it's in places that it's not visible to children, like not on Main Street, please, not in the mall, because visibility is an indicator for increased potential for children to use or somehow get a hold of cannabis. I can email eventually like resources from SAMHSA, but just to put those 2 points of please tax it as much as you can to cover the things that you need to cover, because in Colorado they didn't cover even the administrative costs of managing it. And then also with visibility, please hide it as much as you can so that the children aren't constantly seeing it and wanting to think it's, wanting it and thinking that it's okay. Anyway, thank you, bye.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak?
Robert Kearns, 25 Sunset Lane, through you, Mr. President, to the board. Just here to speak about the current flooding issues in Bush Point. Just to want to reiterate what people have said before, but not repeat too much. I'm requesting, as well as others, to work to fix a culvert on Commerce Road, which is undersized. I got some pictures of it. It's old, built back in the 40s and 50s, I don't really know, but it's undersized, and there's some state agencies like Mass DER that works to restore marshes and things, and I have some written comments here with some resources from them, as well as working with EEAA with coastal resiliency grants. I think that we just need some guidance on how to go through this from the town, because from talking to state officials, they really want somebody from the town to really step forward in order to get the grants and work to get the state funding for it. So work to fix the Commerce Road culvert, restore the Marsipin Creek salt marsh to help with flooding, as well as fix the storm drains, as well as expand the berm along Commerce Road that Peter said. And one thing, I got an article from the BBC that talked about in Fort Lauderdale, they're having similar flooding issues from climate change and sea level rise. And I'm not an engineer. I think we need to get an engineer and look into this, but I don't know if these flap valves or any valves are going to actually work as well as they are, because in Fort Lauderdale, they've actually installed pumps to actually work to flow the water out, because if the tide is so high, the water through gravity can't get through. So I don't know if pumps are going to have to be something to look into. I know that's more money, but something to keep in mind. So I'm just going to submit these comments, written comments, into the record, as well as these photos for you all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak?
My name is Frances Huth. I am in Precinct 1. Oops, sorry.
Yep, a little closer.
Sorry. My name is Frances Huth. I am in Precinct 1. And I just have a comment about the marijuana. 52% voted against marijuana in Precinct 1. Precinct 1 is also, I think, most of the industrial park, which I think that's one of the overlays that they were interested in placing it. I'm kind of curious. Precincts 3, 8, 9, 10, 12, and 13 voted yes. I'm kind of curious why these precincts aren't looked at for placement of these shops, since people voted for it. Precinct 1 is the one district that voted against it, but yet this is where the interest lies in placing it. It's also near Trinity Christian Academy. There's a church. There are apartment buildings. The new village of Barnstable, that's like 340 right now. I think Village Green, that's massive. And I believe, isn't that going into a phase 2 to expand? And then the Carriage House, I'm not sure if that opened. That's on Independence and Mary Dunn. Very, very high population area. Lot of traffic, a lot of increased traffic, I think, if this passes. So anyway, Precinct 1, the will of the people, they voted no. It's a shame if you went against the will of the people. They voted. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak?
Hi, my name is Stephen Wright, and I have some photos for you guys. I don't know if I should give them to you. There's.
You hand them to the clerk.
I'm just wanted to speak about the appropriation and loan order for Laura Ave. Me and my wife live on Finney's Lane, and last July we got 3.5 feet of water in our basement due to the lack of drains on Laura Ave. All the water spilt in over from Laura Ave onto our property and ripped open our basement door and destroyed our house. We were out without heat and electricity for 13 days. And the people at Laura Ave have all signed the betterment petition and have requested a loan amount that has been, looked at by the town, and it's up for you guys' approval, so I hope you'll consider it. It was, very much a hardship on our family for us to have to repair our home, and not being in a flood zone, we didn't have flood insurance, so we didn't get any help with the repairs. So we just really want to avoid having this happen again, and I know it's a loan program, so I'd ask that you guys consider it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak?
Hi, I'm Louise Kane, and I am not a Barnstable resident, but I've been a lifelong Cape Cod resident, and I am here to support the ban on wildlife killing contests. And part of the reason that I'm here is I also drafted a Carnivore Conservation Act with John Way, who is our local coyote specialist, and basically, we'd love to see it go further. There's really no defense for killing contests. And it's 2018, we can do a lot better than what we're doing right now. And promoting the killing of wildlife for prizes and entertainment does nothing except to devalue wildlife. And it teaches our children and all of our residents that wildlife don't have the value that they should have. And especially in this day and age when scientists call killing carnivores carnivore cleansing, and we've lost a good number of our large mammals to loss of habitat, to hunting, to all kinds of human-induced activities, it's time to start thinking about things in a different way. And thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak?
Thank you, Mr. President, and good evening, councilors. My name is David Still. I'm with the Cape Cod Commission. I'm also a resident of Precinct 11. And I'm here to invite you on behalf of the Commission and Commission staff to the 5th Annual One Cape Summit, which is August 16th and 17th at the Wequassett Inn in Harwich. We'll have sessions on water quality, coastal resiliency, which seems to be an issue for you, economic development, housing. And on the second day, there was a special morning session of the Cape Cod Selectmen and Councilors meeting where Secretary of Housing and Economic Development, Jay Ash, and our Executive Director, Christy Senatori, will be making a presentation and taking questions from hopefully the assembled elected officials from across the Cape. So again, that's August 16th and 17th. Registration information is available at onecape.capecodcommission.org. It's open to everyone. Registration information is available on the website. If you have any questions, you can ask now, or I can wish you a good evening.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hi, you guys. I'm Toby Leary. I live in Hyannis here. And I'm just want to comment on the coyote contest killing. I think it's very easy to get an emotional, reaction from either side on this subject. And it's also very easy to become armchair wildlife biologists and read articles and everything else. But I've been a hunter since, my teenage years, when I used to dabble in hunting with the Boy Scouts, and then some people mentored me in hunting and whatnot. One thing I've been very impressed with in the state of Massachusetts is the ability to manage wildlife very efficiently and effectively. And sometimes I'll find myself weighing in on something and saying, oh, they need to do this, they need to do that. But you know what? The population's been in balance very well for as long as I've been hunting. And to say that, we're driving predators extinct by a contest or some practice or whatever big buck contest. There's been contests like this happening for hundreds of years, like, last 100 years certainly, in every little town in New England. And coyotes are something that I see regularly when I'm hunting, whether or not I'm hunting coyotes or not. And I don't think we're putting a dent in the population, but again, I'm not trying to be a armchair wildlife quarterback here. I'm just saying that let the biologists do their job, and I know this gentleman who's been on Cape for many years with his antenna and radar detectors and collars and stuff has been tracking coyotes, and I've had several spirited conversations with him as well. But one thing certainly is for sure is there's no lack of coyotes here, and I think it's a wildlife biology management issue that let them deal with it at that level. To ban a contest for something that has happened, you know, so that someone can get their face on Facebook and Instagram for something that they've done that they're proud of, because it's not easy to do. It's an accomplishment, and I know people think, oh, you're just out there killing animals. Well, I would challenge any one of you to see what's involved with trying to kill and take game efficiently in the wild and ethically in the wild. There's a lot that goes into it, and many days are spent afield with nothing but peace and solace and good sights, and you don't see anything when you're out there. But I will say that, you know, to encourage the participation in the next generation in outdoor activities, whether it be through a contest or through, you know, a youth hunting day, or through, you know, just good mentoring, is something that we need as a community to make sure that wildlife stays in a good, healthy balance with people. And that's done most effectively through hunting. You can spend money, you can call in experts to come sharpshoot them off Monomoy Island or whatever you want to do. You can spend thousands of dollars to get them neutered and spayed or put out, you know, all kind of sterilization stuff, but there's nothing more efficient or more cost effective as hunting. And it's a tradition in America and a rite of passage for many people. And so, you know, for many children even. And some of my best experiences as a youth is when an adult took me hunting or got me outdoors or showed me how to do something or showed me a skill out there. And I do the same with my children.
Got about 30 seconds.
And to cast aspersions on, you know, a contest because somebody wants to get their picture on Instagram or on Facebook, I don't think is a good, healthy thing. And I understand the emotional response to both, but I think it's a good, healthy thing to get more people involved in the outdoor activities that'll maintain the healthy wildlife management. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Seeing none, I'll close public comment. Do we have any council response to public comment? Councilor Hebert?
Thank you, Mr. President. You talk about emotional, the issues that we're all dealing with are very emotional. For Mr. Steve Wright, these are your pictures. If you want to, you've got invested a lot in your pictures. If you like them back, I'm going to put them over here, okay? And those of you who aren't seeing the picture, it's of a beautiful house that's been devastated by flood. Water is a precious thing when it's our friend, and it can be very destructive when it's not. So you know that your town officials, your DPW, and your leadership is doing all that they can to address a very serious issue that's happening in a number of points within our community because of the rising water and the water not having a place to go because the water tables are rising. So it's very complicated, but certainly nothing much more emotional than seeing your life's dream and your house being destroyed. I would recommend to anyone, despite the fact that you're not in a flood zone, I don't live in a flood zone, but we have had flood insurance for a number of years because the weather, my friends, is changing. So for whatever the reason is, when your yard is being flooded and your house is being destroyed, it's nice to know that you do at least have the fallback on the insurance. It's not that expensive, and it's a standard price for everybody, so I highly recommend that. Please know that on all the other points, there were so many points made here this evening, that we are looking into it, and they're very, very critical, especially when it's your house and it's where you live. So, and then I just want to make comment to the lady, Cindy Martin, who came with her 2 little children. She called them, she had a lot of baggage. It was the most precious baggage I've ever seen. And what she's really concerned about is the normalization. She's concerned about something becoming normal. And as a parent, she has a right to be concerned about that. I'm just going to say that I'm aware of how much study each of our counselors has done in most of these topics, but particularly on the marijuana. Kudos to my fellow counselors who have been tireless. And every time you talk to a new group or a different group, There's a yes and a no, and the people in between who say, I just don't know. We're doing the very best we can, and we always appreciate your input. Thank you.
Councilor Flores?
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to speak to the flooding issues related to Precinct 1. I think the residents of Precinct 1 that have spoken tonight have spoken loud and have spoken clearly. This has been an ongoing issue pretty much over the past 6 months. I know during the winter storms, as the councilor from Precinct 1, I was there on a regular basis. I've met with my constituents on a regular basis. We've talked about plans. I've met with Town Manager Mark Gels. I've met with DPW Director Dan Santos. And although since April, it's been suggested that we have not been working on it, that's not quite the case. And I've asked Town Manager Mark Gels during his comments to let you know what is being planned specifically. I support, 100% that we need to get this corrected ASAP. Hurricane season is here. Flooding possibilities are also readily on the horizon if we have the same types of winter storms that we had this, past 2018. So I urge both my fellow colleagues in town management as well as with the DPW to get that plan going. It has been discussed and it will be relayed to all of us, to all of you later during the town manager's comments. So I don't want anyone to think that we have not been working on it. And I also applaud Will Crocker and Tim Whaling for really initiating that bill on the House side to get some funding and I hope that money does get released, and I've been told it will be relatively soon. Secondly, my constituent who talked about the marijuana-related issue, I agree with you 100%. We in Precinct 1, the voters voted overwhelmingly against it, 350-plus votes. It was probably the largest margin against the sale of recreational marijuana in the town than any other precinct. And I know there have been many articles that have been suggested. There have been amendments that have been suggested in terms of how we put this forward. I want to go on the record that I'm very disappointed that when the amendment that was put forward to place a recreational marijuana location in Precinct 1 in Independence Park, that I, as the town council, was not consulted. No one ever, I read about it after the fact, which I think was a total discourtesy. But that's not really the issue. The issue is that Precinct 1 has voted against it overwhelmingly, and in this country, in this democracy, majority rules. Thank you.
Councilor Bienbender?
Thank you. To all of you, Commerce Road, Blish Point, Laura Avenue, those are heart-wrenching stories, and I think Councilor Flores has addressed that somewhat, and I believe our town manager will respond to that and let you know what the game plan is. I wanted to make a comment regarding the coyote piece, specifically to Toby Leary's comments. This is not about banning hunting or getting in the way of you enjoying what you see as meaningful activity with your children or friends during hunting season. This is about a very specific thing that goes in where there's wanton killing of animals. And I will point to a 100-year-old hunting ethic that was devised by hunters, which is called the North American Wildlife Conservation Act. And the fifth principle of that act is that there will be no frivolous killing, basically. And it says that there will be no senseless or useless taking of wildlife. So taking wildlife, having a purpose, whether it's wildlife management, whether it's for food, that's not in dispute. What we're talking about here is an unethical approach to hunting. And I've spoken to a number of hunters who don't see this as an ethical hunting practice. So that's what that ordinance is going to deal with. So I just wanted to respond to that. And I thank you to those who came out in support of that.
Councilor Dagwan?
Yes, I can't speak intelligently about the flooding issue or the coyote issue, but I do want to speak about the marijuana issue. I feel that the comments I have been getting have been half and half. There's a community that's for it, but wants lots of regulations and controls, and there's a community that's against it, just does not want to see it in this town. And I find that those that on both sides are concerned about how it's going to affect our youth. And I think it's important that you as parents and others talk to your youth, find out what's going on. What are they seeing? Marijuana's been around a long time. And I think it's important to get their view as to, I mean, we can't speak for them. I think we're concerned about them. Let's get them in and hear a little bit more from them about what they're seeing and what they experience. I think those youth, young people who don't drink, don't partake in marijuana or cigarettes or whatever, aren't going to partake in it if it becomes controlled by the town if we decide to go in that direction. So I think it's important to talk to the youth because there's a lot of concern, a lot of worry about that. And as the young woman said, Mrs. Martin, she's got real young children. You can see children she had with her tonight. And there is a lot of education that has to be dealt with out there so that, you know, the young kids coming up will truly understand about substance abuse. And marijuana is just one of them. We still have cigarettes, we still have alcohol, but with the emphasis on marijuana right now, we really have to make a big effort in terms of educating our youth about the consequences of it. Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, we're going to move on to Town Manager Communications. Town Manager Mark Ells. Welcome, Mark.
Good evening. Mark Ells, Town Manager. I will actually address the Commerce Road, Blish Point issue first, and then move into my Town Manager Communications. Thank you, residents, for coming out and continue to communicate relative to your, certainly well-founded concerns in this area. Councilor Flores has been clear to myself and our Public Works Department that this is certainly a priority for public safety reasons, for flood management reasons. Perhaps we haven't been as diligent in our communication as Public Works has been in responding to what was identified to us after those spring storms. We've gone out and cleaned all the catch basins, flapper valves, and the culvert. We've retained an engineering consultant that specializes in looking at these issues to look at the culvert on the east end. We expect to have an evaluation of that in the coming months. We estimated, because we had an opportunity to put a dollar amount forward, but I don't know if it's moved forward under the environmental bond bill. It's about a $3 million estimate for the culvert and to raise the road. We're also concerned about access. If this area floods, can the residents get out of the area safely? Historically, I believe we've anticipated to the best of our ability, and we've closed those areas and evacuated them when necessary. But certainly that's not something that the resident, I'm sure they would like to have a, for the majority of the situations, a better solution. So we'll continue to work with the neighborhood on this. We will do a better job in communicating the status of our efforts. I will do it personally with Councilor Flores. I've asked, and Assistant Director Steen is here, and he'll carry the message, but I'll make sure that Director Santos personally does it with the neighborhoods, and if I need to go back out there again, which I don't believe I will, I believe this will progress to a capital project, and then we'll move forward with it. And but I'm always available to do that. So that's the update, and we are actively working on it. Now, one last note: the catch basins and flapper valves and culverts are the original design. So I'm not suggesting that given what we know today, we would do that the same way. But we went in with what was there, and we did do that. We did clean them. and we did look to see that they are functioning. So that'll be part of the assessment that we do overall in the area. We'll look at all of it, and we'll have to come up with maybe a much bigger program out there for us ultimately. And we'll get a timeline on that so that the residents won't feel as though we haven't done anything for months. Thank you. We're proceeding with the tasks in our budget action calendar for FY 2020. First major milestones are the review and the update of the strategic plan, which the town council leads and is really a guiding vision for how we prepare our budgets, and a joint meeting workshop with our school committee to review the financial conditions of the town. Both of those typically will happen September, October. So we are assuming we are moving forward and toward that. I'll keep you up to date as we move into the 2020 budget planning. We continue work with the Mass Department of Fish and Wildlife, USGS, Department of Environmental Protection, Water Supply, regarding the potential water supply wells proposed for the 250-acre parcel northeast of the Hyannis water system. USGS has commenced the model runs in the area of the Hyannis Ponds complex, and we completed the sampling of the wells on the fish and wildlife land so that we could get quality information. I believe there's several different constituents that we've tested for. I believe we've received one set of samples back and there was no detect, so that's good news. It was perchlorate, I think, the first chemical that we were looking at. But there's more to come, and we expect them to come in over the next several weeks, and I'll hopefully be able to advise you at the August meeting what the results of that sampling were. We expect to reconvene a full group by early fall so that we can begin to discuss the model run scenarios and the water quality information to be able to move forward with additional decisions for public water supply in that area. I didn't put it in my notes, but DPW has a draft evaluation of alternative potential public water supply locations. It's still under review, and it actually looks more broadly than certainly just this parcel at some of our other parcels in town where this may make sense as far as water supply location for the future. And it'll certainly call upon us with our fellow water purveyors in town to sit down and have a serious discussion, because you can imagine that perhaps the best place to locate public water supply isn't down gradient of the most intensely used area of the town. I'm sure we will continue discussions with our fellow water purveyors about that issue. We continue our discussions with Vineyard Wind relative to their proposal to construct transmission facilities that would interconnect with the proposed offshore wind farm in federal waters. I met with Vineyard Wind on July 16th, and we are in the final stages of developing a host agreement. And I'll keep you advised of our progress on this matter. Lieutenant Governor Polito and President Steinhilber and members of the Cape delegation visited Town Hall on July 13th for a working discussion on how the governor's office can assist the town of Barnstable. We discussed I had actually a whole outline of topics that are all of the priorities that we regularly discuss, whether it be social services in Hyannis, public water supply, the armory and the funding for the armory. It was a good discussion. We have follow-up discussions already scheduled relevant to social service issues in Hyannis and protection of our coastal assets. We've already got those scheduled, so they'll be coming up. I believe there's another roundtable scheduled for later in August. We did ask the Lieutenant Governor what we could do for her, and she said, keep going on housing and keep going on wastewater planning. I think those were the two things that she recognized that we were actively working on and said, we're there with you, and but keep going on it, because those are big issues, certainly for our community and across Cape Cod. On July 12th, I met with Open Cape to discuss their plans for high-speed internet, and I've included a PowerPoint and another article relevant to a city that did this and saw some real returns in economic development as a result of it. But Open Cape's looking to expand their high-speed internet service. They've made a request in the recent economic development bill to receive funding to expand high-speed internet on Main Street and North Street in Hyannis. I've put those in there so you can review them. And certainly they complement our interest in bringing in certainly new business, technology-based business. I think any business, though, in today's world is looking for the advantages of high-speed internet. So I know that I heard Falmouth may have been successful in Open Cape getting their money. I've reached out today, but I haven't heard yet whether what they're planning to do on North Street and Main Street has been successful in moving forward in that economic development bill. That's not the only way to fund it, but certainly it would be nice to have that type of support. On July 6th, the town of Barnstable filed a lawsuit in federal district court against the largest manufacturers of prescription opioids and their related companies and against the country's largest wholesale drug distributors. As alleged in the town's complaint, manufacturing companies pushed highly addictive, dangerous opioids, falsely representing to doctors that their patients would only rarely succumb to drug addiction, while the distributors breached their legal duties to monitor, detect, investigate, refuse, and report suspicious orders of prescription opioids. Because prescription opioids are a highly addictive substance, in 1970, Congress designed a system to control the volume of opioid pills being distributed in this country. It let only a select few wholesalers gain the right to deliver opioids. In exchange, those companies agreed to halt suspicious orders and control against diversion of these dangerous drugs to illegitimate users. But in recent years, they failed to do that, giving rise to one of legal underpinnings of the lawsuits. The town is working with a consortium of law firms to hold pharmaceutical drug manufacturers and wholesale distributors accountable for failing to do what they were charged to do with under the Federal Controlled Substance Act: monitor, identify, and report suspicious activity in the size and frequency of opioid shipments to pharmacies and hospitals. The town and the residents of Barnstable continue to bear the burden of the cost of opioid addiction, as the cost of treatment for addiction, education, and law enforcement have continued to rise. Attorney Weil is here if anyone has any questions about how this is proceeding. The Memorandum of Understanding for subsurface effluent disposal with the Barnstable Public Schools has been signed, and the public schools have been given authorization to proceed with the expenditure as authorized under Appropriation Order 2018-064 for the funding of the public high school sports field upgrade project. The preliminary findings in the area of Phase 1, that was the project that they asked for this year in the CIP, the area was deemed not suitable for subsurface disposal. So therefore, they proceeded, and we're not planning on putting effluent discharge under Phase 1. We have not evaluated preliminarily Phases 2 and 3, and I've asked DPW to proceed with that. They will. We'll keep both our school committee and the town council briefed relative to the results of that preliminary assessment. That ends my portion of the update. I'm going to ask Assistant Director Rob Steen to come up and give you an update on the Route 28 corridor construction projects in Hyannis. So I don't know if you want to ask me any questions relevant to my presentation, or Ruth, and then Rob, and Jack Units will close for us.
Why don't we get questions for you first? Councilor Hebert?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mark. Great presentation. So can you help me with Dun Pond Road? On Phase 1, was that the phase that they were most concerned about?
No, I think perhaps because it was the one that was pending before the school committee and approved by town council as a capital project, with the requirement that we do this MOU to investigate effluent discharge. But understanding the bigger picture, I think that the relationship between that site and Dunn's Pond is something that we need to understand clearly, and we need to make sure that we don't go forward with something that would have negative impacts on our neighborhoods. The reason why we didn't proceed at the phase one was basically because under the artificial turf, you actually need about 4 more feet of drainage and other subsurface structure. And when you got below that, it just wasn't going to work at that site. The rest of it is regular turf, natural turf. So we need to go through this assessment and we need to understand it. I do think that Public Works needs to begin working with the neighborhood in understanding the hydrology of the area, because the existing problem is what's out there. It's Mother Nature, it's the topography, it's how the groundwater is moving, it's how drainage moves. So we really need to help those neighbors. I mean, they have flooding conditions in their basements and in their roadway, regardless of whether any of this moves forward. So I've asked Director Santos to put together a scope and then begin discussions with those neighborhoods.
Good, I appreciate that, because I've made it clear to the citizens there that we're not going to just do this casually. We're going to study it, make sure that there is no adverse effect no matter what we do. And if there's anything we can do positively for them, we'll do that. And the other item, I want to thank you very, very much. I know that you're using your influence with Open Cape to tie in parts of Main Street and North Street. And I was with the Tech Council yesterday, and I'm going to ask the state through Senator Sears' office to expand the movement for Open Cape, because the hospital is just a stone's throw away, and they are not connected, and the other hospitals right off Cape are being connected. So I'm hoping that we would all benefit if we used Open Cape there, and also the community college, if we're going to have a new $21 million science building, not to have Open Cape, and the benefits of this kind of fiber connection would be, to me, contrary to good thought. So I'm hoping that we can tie in, get more funding for this project through the college effort and through the hospital. But thank you for working hard on this, because I know you are. Thank you.
Councilor Flores?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mark, I'm concerned still about the host agreement with Vineyard Wind. I want to be sure that if, in fact, they are going to bring it through Lewis Bay versus Cobble Beach, that when it does approach supposedly the substation that will be built within Independence Park, which is within Precinct 1, that we guarantee that everything from construction to rehab to maintenance is maintained on a regular basis, because it's interesting that, when you look at what the other 2 companies that were bidding with them, for that 800 megawatts licensed by the state, they all wanted to go to Blish Point in Somerset, because there's a power station already available, there's already a substation there. And at the meeting the other evening in Yarmouth, which I attended, which went probably till after 10 o'clock with public comment, it was not ruled out. Eric Stevens, as the spokesperson, gave reasons as to why going into Blish Point, into Brayton Point in Somerset was not the first choice. But he didn't necessarily suggest that it was still totally out of the question. So I would ask you, through our town attorneys, to be sure that if that door is closed for whatever given reason, that if in fact they do decide to come up through Lewis Bay, which seems to be the point of termination and on New Hampshire Avenue there, that as that line, if you will, is brought eventually up to Precinct 1, that's a huge amount of construction work, a huge amount of follow-up work that in our host agreement, that we make sure we cross every T and dot every I, to be sure that down the road that we're not left holding the bag for any kind of maintenance, any kind of service relative to that. And I would go on the record saying that I would be opposed to bringing it through Covell Beach. I would want to bring it through New Hampshire Ave, but more importantly, also ask you through them to find out why their competitors, the two that did not get the contract, and they will be back because there's another 800 megawatts that need to be awarded. That was a 1,600 megawatt licensing program by the state. That if in fact they come back, Deepwater was one of the companies. The name of the second company escapes me right now, but their plan is to still bring it into Brayton Point. So why is it that Vineyard Wind is compelled to bring it into either Lewis Bay or Covell Beach, and then basically disrupt the whole flow of traffic and road work as it currently exists? Because if you bring it into Brayton Point, there's a termination point right there, there's a substation right there, and it's a very clean act, and it saves the town of Barnstable the potential of any hassles, problems, even with the substation potential problems that might happen, especially with the water quality issues that we currently have in Hyannis up on the water wells that exist in Precinct 1. So I ask you to do that.
Yes, we will do that. The short answer is they have not, they've come in with 3 landings, and they're moving forward to the siting board with 3 locations, 2 in Barnstable, 1 in Yarmouth. The one in Yarmouth was the assumed primary route. But I think they're objectively looking at all 3 of those. So we can certainly ask that question, but I don't know that they have proceeded looking at that point of, coming ashore.
Well,
So, that's the short answer, that's not what they're proposing in this case. But we will be more than happy to answer that. And everything, the whole core of our agreement is, number one, that no one can connect into this cable that's going to come ashore, that we would not have the ability to, we just went through a multi-year, we opposed the Cape Wind project. And we certainly don't want to see something like that be able to connect once they go through the permitting process and landfall. And so that's one major issue that we would not be proceeding to a final agreement if they weren't working with us on. The second one is protection of groundwater. And everything from, and just so you know, the great work of our Charlie McLaughlin out at the airport with Eversource to upgrade with a closed system, a small substation that's out there, was one of the first, I may be the only on Cape Cod, is really what we're requiring for all work that they're doing, including maintenance. Including all aspects of safety response, including, in the event that there is safety response, paying for that as well. So paying our not only our town, but our emergency responders that may have to do that. So yes, we're looking at all of that. And I'll get you the answer on the landfall. But again, they only proposed those 3 locations, and that's what they're going forward with their permitting on. So.
Well, I would just close by saying they did not rule out looking at Brayton Point again.
Okay.
Based on the other night's meeting in Yarmouth. And I do know that Deepwater, in its plan, that's where they were going. So that would not cause disruption to Yarmouth, it would not cause disruption to Barnstable, which made total sense. And I think the whole plan of bringing it through Lewis Bay or through Covell Beach lacks common sense, to be quite frank, when it could go into an old existing power plant with a substation without having to disrupt, for all intents and purposes, the community of Barnstable or Yarmouth.
I'll have Mr. Stevens provide that response.
Councilor Schnapp?
My question has been answered. Thank you.
Councilor Dagwan?
Yes, Mr. Manager, I wanted to know about the Phase 2 and Phase 3 of the assessment of the subsurface efficient disposal. When does Phase 2 end, and when does Phase 3 begin? Do we have any idea?
I don't know. They're both school projects. At this point, with the MOU in place, we're going to evaluate the entire site. So basically, it's the BIS fields, and it's the high school fields. with the exception of the football field and the Phase 1, which is basically the baseball field. And we're going to evaluate that. We'll come out with preliminary findings. We'll share them with the council and the school committee, so that ultimately, when the school brings forward Phase 2 as a capital request in Phase 3, we can certainly know what the results of the preliminary findings are. And does it say, no, we shouldn't be putting anything there? Or will it say we should go to a more definitive evaluation? Now, we also need to understand that citing an effluent discharge takes multiple years, multiple public hearings relative to state review, both Department of Environmental Protection and MEPA, which is Mass Environmental Protection Act. It will take a council vote to approve capital funds if we were to go forward with the additional study or ultimate design and construction. So step by step, as we reach these different evaluations and recommendations as a result of the evaluations, we'll share them with the school committee, we'll share them with the town, we'll get the input both from those two bodies and the public, and then we'll move forward.
Okay,
But
so-
I think in big picture, when you see us looking at fields and you see us looking at parking lots in the future, we're gonna be doing this evaluation. If it was ours, we'd just run the evaluation and report back to the council, because we need to have effluent discharge sites in the future if we're gonna address the many challenges we have relevant to protecting our resources. So we just can't we don't wanna start clear-cutting trees on lands that perhaps we purchased so that we could protect water supplies. So it's at least an opportunity to look at this combined asset, basically, putting it under a parking lot or putting it under a playing field. There's a whole host of reasons why it may not work. And I think that was a misunderstanding that, okay, if they vote this, then this will happen. This takes many, many years to cite an effluent. And again, it's a very regulatory reviewed process and a public input sort of process. So it won't happen in a vacuum by any means.
Thank you for your report.
Yep.
Thank-
Councilor Rapcorsetti?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for your report, Mark. You had to have guessed that number one caught my eye, and that's with regards to the financial condition of the town with respect to the school committee. And given the decrease in population and the enrollment in schools and the demands on our capital needs, I strongly urge you to reconsider the distribution of funds with the school committee. Right now, it's currently about 60-40 split, and I'd like to see that changed a little bit more in favor of the town's finances. I don't know what that is. I don't know if it should be a notch or two, but I think it should be looked at for our fiscal needs, the towns. Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, thank you, Mark. We'll move on to our presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Well, this project hasn't taken much time. It's been so thank you for coming in to update.
I promise you the presentation will be much faster than the project.
I'm sure. The creation of the Earth took less time.
So good evening. I am Rob Steen from the Department of Public Works, and I get the unenviable task of talking about Mass DOT's project, which we are liaisons to. I will try to keep this very brief because I know we have a lot to talk about tonight. The project objectives were essentially to improve the intersections at 28 and Bierce's Way and at the Cape Cod Mall and 28. The project limits, and just to orient people in the room, on the left there, let's see, my pointer's working and it's not. So on the left-hand side, as the DPW barn is sort of to the north of the road, you're looking at the intersection of 28 and Bierce's. It continues down approximately to the entrance to the Cape Cod Mall from 28, and then comes down to about Alicia Road on Bierce's Way on this side. Okay, cool. Yeah, it won't show on that screen for some reason, though. The project scope basically was to install new traffic signals. The traffic signals will be interconnected with each other. The one at Bierce's and 28 will be interconnected with the one that's at the mall entrance. Improve the 2 major intersections for traffic. Raised mediums will be installed in the middle of 28. Shared youth paths and bike lanes and sidewalks will be installed, and I'll show you a typical cross-section in a second. They will do some drainage work. They are having to relocate some utilities as part of this, so thus some of the utilities are being improved in the process. New pavement markings and signage, and street lighting will be installed. Typical cross-section for Route 28. You're seeing a 5.5-foot sidewalk to each side. You're seeing a bike lane sort of to the very edge of the road. You're then seeing a median in the middle after 2 lanes that has lighting in it. Bierce's Way, and this would be if you were standing on Bierce's Way looking sort of north towards the intersection of 28 and Bierce's, then up beyond past our place. There'll be a 10-foot shared use path on the left-hand side. There'll then be a decorative lighting comparable to the decorative lighting that is there now on Bierce's Way. 5-foot bike lanes to each side and 2 11-foot travel lanes. Schedule, as alluded to. The project initiated in January of 2011. Construction began in September of 2016. It is expected to end in the spring of 2019. It is worthy of note at this time that we are currently allowing summer work in the shoulders and off the road as long as it happens from 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. Monday through Thursday. The more detailed schedule for those that are interested, in this fall they're hoping to get after and get done with curbing, reconfiguration of the lanes, install the new lighting in the medians, and get the sidewalk installation done. In the spring, they'll do sort of final shaping of the pavement, mill it, and do final paving, sign installation, and striping. And that is the end of my presentation. Take any questions.
Thank you, Rob. Any questions or comments? Councilor Rep Rossetti?
Thanks, Rob. You mentioned signage. Any way of having the state install, I've seen them in Maine, they're called alternate merge signs, where we lose a lane, we go from 2 lanes to 1 lane, and it becomes a drag race on who gets there first. People don't seem to understand that the person in the left lane has the right of way, and the guy on the right speeds up, and you know, I had a friend who nearly lost her life trying to do a merge where we have this condition. If we have new signage put up there, is there any way to encourage people to be courteous in their merging when we lose a lane?
Absolutely. So we'll talk to the state about that. I'd never heard of that, but I can look into that and talk to them about that. They've also done, one of the things they're doing at the medians, particularly in the 28 versus the Bierce's Way piece, is they're sort of shaping traffic flow with physical barrier to make sure that some of that is not as wild, wild west as you're describing it. But we'll talk to them about alternative merging signing as well.
Anyone else? Vice President Crocker?
Thank you, Rob. Nice report. Could you clarify for me, please, just for re-edification, about the utilities that were impacted on a move like that? Recently, we've seen poles being moved, but we always know we have gas, water, all that. And can you tell how that approach goes when the town's out there fighting for the opportunity to upgrade?
So one of the things that's actually slowing the project up right now are utilities. So water went first, and the water utilities at this point in time are done, but that had to get all out of the way in the ground. They are waiting for electric pole movement. The other thing that they've discovered is that our sewer vacuum system is out there, but those sewer pits are not H20 loaded. So things that were on the side of the road that would now be envisioned to be in the road no longer can handle the loads that would take. So all of that, and that is some of the night work we've talked about, is now having to be relocated off the road. The state is paying to do that through a forced account for us to move it, but that's now ongoing, and we're having to wait to get that stuff out of the way. So lots of this issue in terms of timing has revolved around getting utilities in and out and getting that all done. If you think about a road construction project, you traditionally want to build it bottom up, i.e. do the deep stuff first and then work your way up. So we're still working our way out of some of those issues. And things that we didn't expect, like the vacuum pit issue is one of the things that's going on.
Special thanks to everybody working on it. That's how we be inclusive. That's how we ensure we don't cut the road in the near future. And that's how we get the state to pay for some of our upgrades.
All credit here from our staff goes to Amanda Rosario, who's been just outstanding on this project.
Special thanks for us, please.
We're up.
Councilor Schnapp?
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Rob. You mentioned that there's bike paths, but I also saw that it's, the project area is pretty short. Do the bike paths extend beyond the area that you were showing?
So anticipating this question, and unfortunately my flicker's not working, but so if this is again the same intersection, same orientation view, top left corner is the DPW, the Bobby Burns Plaza, sort of the bottom left, just to orient everybody to the design. So there's a bike path that already runs down Bierce's Way on the Bobby Burns side that comes down the hill. That's being picked up and it's going to be brought around the corner and come to the first road you see on your right where you turn there. It's then going to narrow down to the extra wide sidewalk that is already there. That will be the end of that bike path as per se. Going the other direction, the bike path will extend up on our side of the road, the DPW side of the road, and will terminate at our driveway and is awaiting now a project that is in the works that has been funded by the state that in 2020 will install a bike path the rest of the way up Bierce's Way up until Route 132. So that will pick up that portion of the bike path. The sidewalk that is on our side of the road that's going this way up Route 28 will terminate 500 feet beyond us and end. They are envisioning another project on Route 28 to go from where we end up here to Lincoln Road sometime in the future. It's not on the books yet. At that point in time, they'll probably pick that sidewalk up and extend it. Going the other direction, both those sidewalks terminate at the mall entrance and nothing will be beyond them. So there's a couple sidewalks that go to sort of a logical point of entrance to an attraction. There's one that sort of terminates waiting for another project way in the future. There's a bike path that waits for another project in the near future, and then the other ones sort of match into the existing infrastructure. Did I kind of get after that for you?
Thank you.
Councilor Dagwan, did you have something?
Yes, I think you answered my question. I understand you said you had sidewalks on both sides of the road and bike path on both sides of the road.
So,
is that correct?
So which road do you want to talk, 28 or Bierce's Way?
I'm talking 28.
So this is 28, when what you'll see is there's sidewalks both sides and there's a bike lane on 28, which is not a path. So this will be, if you're driving on the road, you'll see a white stripe, and then you potentially have seen them other places, the white bike stencil. That sort of indicates that this is an area for bikers. So it'll be not an independent path from the road, but sort of built into the side of the road, if that makes sense.
Yes, it makes sense. Will there be crosswalks only at the stoplights?
There'll be crosswalks at the intersection with the mall. There'll be crosswalks at all the major intersections. I don't believe there'll be intermediate crosswalks in between, if that's what you're asking.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Councilor Flores.
Thanks, Rob. Good presentation. Quick question. As the bike lane is established going east, I guess, on 28, will that go all the way up to the Rotary, or will it eventually terminate?
So the project limit at this point in time brings it to the Cape Cod Mall, and at that point in time, it will phase in and stop.
So
at some point in time, we'll have to pick up, or the state, because it's a state road, we'll have to pick up another project if we want to continue that from there to the Rotary.
Yeah, because my concern is that, I travel that road on a regular basis, and there's always bikes between the entrance to the mall that go all the way up to the Rotary, up towards the new Citizens Bank and the new CVS. So my question really is, we're creating the potential for a hazard by giving them half a road that automatically just ends, and where do they go?
The other side of that coin, though, is that for this duration of the project, they at least now have an area that's dedicated to them. Being sort of, we obviously work on that road every day. I can tell you the number of people that drive up and down that road on bikes all the time in lane. This, at least for the duration of the project length, will allow them to get out of lane, and when subsequent projects roll in and we can pick this up and move this concept forward, I understand your concern, but in this case, I think the half solution is better than nothing at this moment,
I
and we'll continue to roll that forward as we go forward.
But is there a plan to continue that bike path as it goes further east on 28?
We do not have a plan at this point, but again, we don't own the road, and I've not heard one from the state at this point. However, I do know there's state plans to go the other direction. I would imagine if we talk to them, there could potentially be some work to go that direction as well.
Okay, because building just half of a bike lane that automatically terminates and people continue to pedal their bike as an accident waiting to happen.
Understood.
Thank you.
Anyone else? All right. Well,
thank you very
Rob.
much.
And then I believe we have Jack Units here from East of Barnstable County Administrator, who's going to give an update on the Fire Training Academy. Welcome, Jack. Good to see you.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's nice to be here. Thank you, Mark, for inviting me.
I also just want to mention that the chair of the Barnstable County Commissioners, Leo Kakuna, is here as well.
Let me just say that I provided you tonight with a lengthy PowerPoint and a 3-page summary of the status. I don't intend to go through that tonight, but you can peruse it at your leisure, and if you have any calls, please don't hesitate to call me. Mark asked me tonight to come in and talk to you about where the status of the academy and what the plans are for going forward. To do that, I have to go back just a little bit to talk about the litigation itself. When I came in to Barnstable in the spring of 2016, discussions had really stalled between the town and the county. And Barnstable was moving fast ahead to protect the wells and ordering the carbon filters. And they were looking for contribution. Unfortunately, the stall period of time caused the litigation to begin. And in January of 2017, Chairman Kukunis ascended to the role of chairman and made this one of his first and highest priorities. The county's position, the county's reason to be, is to protect groundwater on Cape Cod, among other things. And Leo made that very clear to us, and he made it very clear to us that we were not going to spend money on lawyers when we should be spending money on cleaning the water. Within 6 months, the case had settled. And what we have assumed in part of that settlement is to pay 50% of the initial cost of approximately $3 million, to contribute and reimburse the town, the highest water department, for the replacement of the carbon filters on a periodic basis, and to cover some of the monitoring costs that occur through Suez in checking for PFOS and PFOA. Those are very expensive lab tests. So we do that on a regular basis, and we will continue to do that until we hopefully don't need the filters any longer. We also have 119 monitoring wells on the site and a pump and treat system, which was installed actually in 2006 when they had the perchlorate problem that began at Cape Cod potato chips, flowed through the county's property and onto the Marydown wells. What we do there is we try to divert the water before it hits the wells. We bring it back, we treat it. Periodically, it's an old system, so periodically it goes down. I now have an agreement with Mark Ells that when that system goes down, there's no water used at the Fire Academy. So Steve Tebow, our facilities director, was working with Coastal Engineering to get a 30-day warning on when things might need to be replaced, and we're ordering the parts in advance. On the use of the academy going forward, I want to say that we are very blessed to have, as one of our advisors and directors now at the Fire Academy, a former State Fire Marshal, Steve Cohn. He's joined us about a year ago. He is one of the leading experts in New England on fire training programs and fire safety. And that's particularly important here because everybody talks about the potential harm to innocent victims with resulting from PFOA and PFOS. Firefighters, for years, were told to use this material without any warnings, and oftentimes without any breathing apparatus. So we cross our fingers now and hope that the health concerns that are now being expressed by EPA and DP and Silent Spring and others don't impact our fire service. They are the #1 potential victims in this particular case right now. I'd like Steve Cohen to come up and just talk to you about some of the programs and how we intend to find a permanent solution out there, because during his tenure, he supervised the construction of the Fire Training Academy at Stowe. The Stowe Academy is upgrading of their wells. So his talent and expertise in this field is extremely important to us. And I should point out that the LSP that is working with us on this particular matter has experience also in reconstructing fire academies. The next step out there is to cap the so-called hotspot. The hotspot is a down gradient area at the Fire Academy where the PFOS has collected because of water runoff. We want to cap that, and we want to regrade it, and we want to grade it away from Flint Rock Pond. That hopefully will occur sometime this summer. After that, the more long-term plan will come into play. And remember, this is a process. It not only has to be approved by DP, it has to be approved by your Conservation Commission, so there will be more public hearings on this. We intend to file an NOI with the Conservation Department later this summer on that. Steve?
Welcome.
Thank you, Jack. Mr. President, members of the council, Stephen Cohen. I'm a full-time resident of the Cape now, and I did serve 24 years as a state fire marshal and a total of 40 years as the director of fire training for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. I oversaw the construction of the Stowe training facility and also a Western Mass Training Academy in Springfield. I wish I had been successful in having a modern state fire academy built in southeastern Massachusetts. It would have solved a lot of problems that we face today. But interesting enough, the two facilities that I built, the first one is directly across the street from what was a public water supply for the town of Maynard. And we actually were able to put an intake structure into their waterway, into their water supply, and pump across the street to our facility, and that's the water that we use for fire training purposes. The Springfield facility that's only been working now, operational for about 3 years, just before I retired, is on the banks of the Chicopee River. So in all the years that we worked to build and operate those training academies, I have to say that there never was one environmental issue that arose. I raise that just to tell you that with due diligence and with cooperation amongst all, that fire training can and needs to continue as a critical public safety function within Barnstable County. If I had been able to build a Southeastern Mass Fire Academy, maybe it wouldn't be quite as important. But the job of firefighting, as I told every recruit that crossed the stage, generation after generation, I'm an old guy now, that became firefighters. The day you wake up as a firefighter and believe you know it all, it's the day to retire. Because this is a profession that requires continuing training of emerging issues, of basic skills, to protect the firefighter from the safety of the firefighter, and to allow that firefighter as a team to do the best they can to save lives within their communities. So I'm hoping that as we continue, with paramount in our mind the issues that you have and the residents of Barnstable have, that we can be good neighbors and that we can continue to serve to provide a critical service to the firefighters of Barnstable County. I will tell you this, that one of the things that we're looking at, Mr. President, is a transformation into propane ignited fires, away from heavy smoke, away from a straw and a hay environment. And I guess I tell you that this is really what the future of fire training facilities are across the country, primarily because of environmental issues. Think of it as no more hazardous from a standpoint of the environment than spraying a little water on your barbecue grill. In all honesty, that's what it is. It's a larger propane burner, which firefighters then go into. It heats up, it gives them the realism of a fire, and they're able to extinguish that propane fire. You can turn around, relight that fire in 5 minutes. There's no cleanup, there's no runoff, there's nothing that has to be done other than run the fire. Finally, I'll say that in both of those facilities that I built, there are water recovery systems. And I know the commissioners, and I know the administrator, and I know your staff are working towards that water recovery system. We can do that. We can capture water, we can do gross decon of that water, and we can reuse that water. It's energy efficient from a standpoint of the environment of using less water, and it cleans the environment of the training area. So I hope that answers a few of the questions, and again, I stand ready to continue to support the county administrator and your wishes, hopefully together, to continue fire training in Cape Cod. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the council? No? All right. Thank you so much for the update. Good to see you always. Absolutely. Chairman Kukunis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to say just a few brief words. It was alluded to again that we started off on a very bad foot. The previous chair, previous administration, even here, were adversarial. By the time I got elected and became into office, the very first thing I did was reach out to your office and reach out to your town manager. We exchanged cell phones, we met numerous times, and we set a goal. And the goal was to make the Fire Training Academy the jewel of Barnstable County. Yes, Barnstable County owns it, we're responsible for it, but it's located in your town. So you all also should be taking some pride in what we're doing out there. Fire training, first and foremost, the quality of the water for the residents of the town of Barnstable was the priority one. You guys stepped up to the plate, we stepped up to the plate, and we did that. Continuing to do that is also priority one. But now rising very quickly, though, is what we have to do for our first responders, for our firemen, for our policemen, for our EMTs, to make sure that they get the training they need here in Barnstable County. I know, and I speak for the county when I tell you that we're prepared to do it. We want to move forward in the best fashion, modern, updated, state-of-the-art facility that the county is going to be proud of, and I honestly believe that all of you will be proud of it too, and should be proud of it, because it is located in your town. But we need to move forward with this. This is priority one for me as a single commissioner, and I do know that our staff takes it very serious, and certainly in order to keep this going, the relationship that the county commissioners and your front office has today needs to remain in effect as we move forward in the future. We should never be put back into a position where we are suing each other. That is not the way I do things, and it's certainly not the way things are done right to move together, forward together. And I hope we continue to do that. And thank you all again for having me this evening.
Thank you, Leo. All right. Vice President Crocker, could we act on the minutes of June 21st, 2018, please?
Yes, President. In our, Mr. Crocker, I'm Mr. Crocker. In our packets tonight, we have the Town Council meeting minutes of June 21st, 2018 as printed, and I raised to bring them into acceptance.
I have a second. All those in favor of approving the meeting minutes for the Town Council of June 21st, 2018? And that is unanimous. Council communications. Anyone have any announcements? Board updates? Councilor Hebert?
Thank you, Mr. President. You've already heard about this, the All Cape Selectmen's and Councilors meeting. I just want to really put forward that this breakfast that's being sponsored by us through the good work of the County Commission is very, very important, that selectmen and councilors from all the Cape, we're 109 elected officials. And it's a great place for us to come together. The speaker is going to be Jay Ash, Massachusetts Secretary of Housing and Economic Development. It'll be a great talk. But it's really my hope that this year, since I happen to be the president of the association, that we can really move forward in working together, town to town. We do have county government, but we also have this association that puts us talking with our colleagues in all the other towns. And if we don't understand each other and work together, what's successful in one part of our community, our region, regardless of the town, we benefit from it. And as Barnstable does well, so do all the other towns. So I really encourage you on Friday, August 17th, if you can, to attend the breakfast sponsored by us. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Flores?
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to publicly congratulate my fellow councilor, Paul Hebert, for being elected president of the Cape Cod Councilor and Selectmen's Association. I serve on the executive committee with him. I think collectively we attend meetings on a regular basis and really try to plan collectively and identify those issues that are common to us and that are important to us. But Paul has done a terrific job, and look forward to serving with him as the president for the upcoming year. Thank you, Paul.
Councilor Levesque?
Just an announcement and a notification for those who will be traveling the roads Sunday morning. It's a Big Nick's Ride for the Fallen. Town resident, Deputy Chief Stephen Exaros has put this together in memory of his son and the other 15 fallen war veterans that have fallen in the war against terrorism. And I guess the early count is that there's going to be over 1,000 riders this year. So it's going to be a big event. And they're raising money This year, the goal is to raise money so that the Yarmouth Police Department can build a training facility in their basement that will actually benefit all of Cape Cod to get them better training, which is, of course, a common theme nowadays with what's happening in the news recently. So, one, be aware of while you're traveling the morning of this coming Sunday, and also if you have an opportunity to support that, please do. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other councilors? Councilor Dagwan?
Yes, I just wanted to congratulate the Harbor Hawks for their Pizza Fest that they had this past weekend. Also wanted to congratulate our my co-counselor here, Matt Levesque, who was part of the pizza eating contest. He represented us really, really well. Was one of the finalists, and it was nice to see him out and all of the nice things that the Harbor Hawks put forth for the young people for our community. They had a lot of ex-players and a lot of upcoming players for it. So it was a great day and a great event. And who's the winner of the pizza contest? They had various groups in town. No. That's the eating contest, but they had various people groups that donated pizza. I forget who won. Polios was the winner of the best pizza in town. So.
Councilor Levesque, do you need some Tums?
In response to that, I was actually a late sub to that. I was asked by to come into place for John Flores, Councilor John Flores. So I was a late addition to that, and I hope I did him proud. Thank you, Mr. President.
Councilor Flores?
Yeah, through the president. Yes, I was asked to compete in that. I don't know if that was an honor or, at any rate, I had a commitment over in Martha's Vineyard, so I asked my good colleague Matt Levesque to take my place, and he finished, I believe, a very strong second, just missing first place by a couple of bites. So
2 pieces of crust. 1 large cheese pizza in just under 9 minutes.
it was a devastating loss, but he's working through it as we speak. Could I just forgot to mention, coming up on August, I got to find the date now, on August 9th, I don't think we have another meeting before that, but on August 9th, the Cape Cod Museum of Natural History will be having their annual summer gala at the Ocean Edge. I happen to be fortunate to serve on their board of directors, and for those of you that might not have participated in any of the activities at the museum is probably one of the most exciting places on Cape Cod to go to if you're interested in natural history, from the Butterfly House to doing Mudflat Mania to you name it. And this particular gala raises scholarship money for those kids that have parents or are in family situations that can't afford to attend a lot of the events. So if anybody's interested, it's coming up once again on August 9th, 5:30 to 7:30 at Ocean Edge on Route 6A in Brewster. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other councilors? All right, we're going to move into the orders of the day. We're going to take some items out of order. Vice President Crocker. Oh, I'm sorry. We do have the presentation. I'm sorry about that. Josh Richards from Sail Cape Cod was going to present to us tonight. So come on up. Welcome. Good to see you.
Thank you guys for having me tonight. My name is Josh Richards. I am currently volunteering as the Executive Director of Sail Cape Cod, and I think this might be the most lighthearted conversation that you folks have this evening. So first and foremost, I want to thank you guys for putting us on your July agenda. I know it was fairly rushed last minute to try and get us here this evening, but while we're in the heat of the program, we wanted the opportunity to share with you all what it is we do here in this community. So I have a brief little slideshow that I'll show you. I'm going to tell you a little bit about what we do and why we do it. And then I will also have a brief 40-second video and a brief 1.5-minute video that I would like to share with you guys as well.
If I may, Josh, may I ask who you brought with you tonight?
Yes, so we have a number of board members
Thank you.
in attendance tonight. as well as a number of participants and volunteers who could not attend who are currently watching me on television and critiquing. So we'll have a few folks coming up to speak as well as myself. So Sail Cape Cod is your community sailing center here in Hyannis. We're located right down the street at Gateway Marina, operating both off the docks there as well as over at Hyannis Marina. And essentially the notion is much like any other community activity center, just like the one that you guys have down the road here that offers many sports activities for youth and for adults. That's what we're trying to do for on-the-water activities. So let me, there we go. So knowing that tonight is a pretty packed evening for you, I'm going to keep it very brief, and I have one request, and that is, while your minds are occupied by many tough challenges that you have to decide and face this evening and going forward in the town, I surmise that you may not have the time this evening to really ponder what Sail Cape Cod is or think about what it could be. So the only ask that we have this evening is that whether some point in the next few days or some point in the next few weeks when you do have time, that you peruse that little pamphlet that we have left you all, or head to sailcapecod.org and give us some thought whenever you have a moment. So essentially what we do is we provide access to the water for all without limitation. We provide opportunities for youth, adults, individuals with physical or cognitive disabilities, and opportunities for everybody regardless of their socioeconomic status. The notion is that there are no barriers for folks to get on the water. Just like today, there's access to all sports, whether it be hockey, basketball, soccer, or even skydiving. With sailing being such an integral part of our identity as Cape Codders, you'll see on the back of the packet, we of course had to throw a JFK quote in there. It is truly going home for us as individuals and as a community. So we wanted to ensure that when the Cape is a very diverse place like it is today, that the things that we identify with, which the sea is of course one of the top ones, whether it be fishing or sailing, we want to ensure that everybody can identify with that. Whether it's the young kid that's going to summer camp with us and going back to school in the fall and being able to share those fantastic stories with his classmates, whether it be the individual who had a stroke and had been an avid sailor but wasn't able to get out because of his challenges in mobility. Well, now they have that option. Now they're able to come down to the Gary Brown boat ramp, gain access to our boats with our special equipment via our Hoyer lift and our specially trained staff, get out of the wheelchair, get on the boat, and have the freedom of being out on the boat, sailing on Lewis Bay and Nantucket Sound, and sharing an experience that yachtsmen share, kids at the local yacht clubs share. Now it's accessible to everybody. So that's really the mission of what we're doing. We're trying to provide that access for everybody. And you'll see through these pictures very diverse groups of individuals. We offer public programs for our youth as well as adults in this community. We offer programs for folks with physical and cognitive disabilities through our Sea Legs program, where we have specially adapted sailboats that allow them to get out comfortably, confidently, and safely to experience it, whether it's for therapy, whether it's for education, recreation. We also work with other nonprofits in the community. We partner with a great deal of organizations from Cape Cod Healthcare to Big Brothers Big Sisters to Cape Cod Child Development to Capabilities to Community Connections. You'll see a list on the back of the packet as well. And if you go to our website, we try and share all those stories because it's really about using sailing as a tool to empower individuals and to empower the community as a whole. So if I continue through, not only do we have a fantastic time in the summer with our full-time staff, providing opportunities for hundreds of individuals over the course of 8 weeks, but we also throw together fantastic community events. So the notion for us is we do traditional fundraising, like you might see most nonprofits do. We are a 501c3 nonprofit, but we wanted to step away and step into more of a public domain, where our fundraisers are affordable. They are accessible to everybody. We ran the first ALWay Beer and Wine Festival this past April over at the West End Restaurant, which was a chance for folks 21 and plus, and people under, they could eat as well, but 21 and plus individuals could come out and enjoy beer and wine that was donated from our local companies to support the mission of Sail Cape Cod in a fun, community engaging fashion. We also run Scoops for Sloops, which is right down at Aslington Park in June. We just finished up our second annual. We usually have, for all these community events, between 200 and 300 individuals come out over the course of about 4 hours. Ailway, we raised about $20,000 this year. Scoops or Sloops, we usually raise around $12,000, $15,000. And again, it's where hundreds of people are coming, engaging, really just having fun, just like we run our programs. It's about folks coming out and enjoying themselves. These are more photos, so these are just from last week. These are some individuals we've partnered with a number of different organizations, of which JB's Keys Foundation, which is up in Boston, have actually scholarship kids. So not only are we servicing individuals who are on Cape, but we're servicing folks who are coming to Cape Cod specifically for vacations to take part in our adaptive sailing program. So folks who see Cape Cod as this wonderful vacation opportunity can now bring their children, their parents, the individuals that they care for to Cape Cod and have access to that picturesque activity that Cape Cod's so well known for. So we've really been expanding to try and build that out as a Cape Cod experience for other individuals who are visiting this community. More photos from last week in those sales. This is one of our participants, JB, who I have a feeling he and his family are watching right now on TV. JB is a part of JB's Keys. He's also their namesake, and is one of our first adaptive participants who started with us 3 years ago when the program was born. So he wanted to share with you guys this evening. Unfortunately, he could not be here, but he wanted to share what Sail Cape Cod means for him as a young kid who is now able to be at par with his classmates and go out sailing and do it just the same as everybody else. So let me see. It's very hard to navigate. It is a game. Hey.
My name is Grady Harvey. I am 10 years old, and I love spending my summers at Cape Cod with my family and friends. When I was younger, I could do tennis, swim, and sailing lessons anywhere I wanted. Because I have Duchenne muscular dystrophy, those things became too hard for me, and I was sad. Then we found Sail Cape Cod. Their adaptive program allows me to sail with boats, especially for people like me. I love being on the ocean and all the instructors. I am so thankful for Sail Cape Cod. Plus, I know how to sail better than all my family and friends.
So I will point out that he says he sails better than all his family and friends. His cousin is one of our instructors. So I think that's a little family jab there. And I do want to point out, if we go back here, you'll see in the bottom middle, that's JB winning the Knockabout Junior Nationals race last year, which we were fortunate to host. So he is out there, and he's not only out there sailing, but he's out there winning pretty consistently, I might add. So what I'd like to do now is invite one of our board members, Bob Harrison, who's right behind me. He's going to talk a little bit about being on the board and what this organization means to him, and then we'll have a brief video that I'll play to kind of wrap things up for you guys. So thank you again. I'll hand it over to Bob.
Welcome.
Thank you, Josh. My name is Robert Harrison. I've been a board member of Sail Cape Cod for a little over a year. I'm a Dennis resident. I've been involved with yacht clubs, for a number of years. And Josh did a great job explaining what Sail Cape Cod's all about. And it's true that there's plenty of yacht clubs on the Cape Cod where a certain niche of person will be able to sail and their kids will be able to sail. And then there's 2 or 3 or 4 community sailing programs, and that gets another group of people. But Sail Cape Cod, through the outreach program, through the adaptive program, the youth program, and the adult program, gets everybody on the water. And our goal is to get access for everybody who lives on the Cape or visits the Cape to be on the water sailing and just, to be inclusive to the entire community. And then that's my only point. And Josh?
Sail Cape Cod's a nonprofit. It was established more or less to give everyone the opportunity to have access to the water and sailing. So the whole idea is to take what the yacht clubs and community sailing programs have been doing forever and take that and apply it to giving access to every person, regardless of physical ability, economic ability, or geographic ability, and get them down here and out of the water. My name's Josh Richards. I'm a sailing instructor and the program coordinator for Sail Cape Cod. I do two things. One is I work with our outreach groups and our adaptive sailors, and I'm kind of the first point of contact with them. And then the second part is being down here as a staff member and going out on the water and teaching sailing to all groups, adaptive sailing, for youth program and our adult program.
Here at Sail Cape Cod, our goal is to provide access to all without limitation, and I think this being our first full year of the program, we've done an excellent job of really starting that. For me, as a physical therapy student, I find that this job is very rewarding to see the smiles and looks on the individuals' faces when they come out sailing. It's a great opportunity for them and me as well. My name is Kelsey Lottie, and I am the head adaptive sailing instructor here at Sail Cape Cod. We have a Hoyer lift that helps us place them onto the boat. Going up, Meg. We have 3 kinds of seating. We have a fixed seat in the jib position so they can work the sail up front. All right, we're in. Ready to rumble on this boat. We have a driving seat that they are able to steer with, and we also have a slide board in the back so that they can steer the boat and switch from side to side as they're sailing.
I think there are a lot of yacht clubs on the Cape, and I think this allows sailing to be accessible for all.
I think the community aspect is huge, and I think that being able to encompass a wider range of ages and disabilities and abilities is awesome.
I'm Margaret Ames, and I'm a sailing instructor at Sail Cape Cod.
I'm Carrie Walsh, and I'm a sailing instructor at Sail Cape Cod.
It gives an opportunity for people that do not have a chance to be on the water. Not everyone can, and when you live on the Cape and there's water all around you, there's a good population, probably the majority of the population, that can never sail or even get on the water. This gives that opportunity to people who do not have access to a boat. The boat is handicapped accessible for all different levels, a chance that they've never had before. We're the only one on the Cape Cod. It is open to anyone and anyone who wants to learn how to sail. You don't have to be a racer. You don't have to be the great sailor. You just want to be able to learn and enjoy the water. My name is Jim Hoare. I am the program director for Sail Cape Cod, and the one thing I would like everyone to know, there are no limitations to sailing and anyone can do it.
Like our motto says, access to all without limitation.
So between that and what I've shared with you a little bit, and then hopefully again, like I mentioned earlier, you get a chance over the next few days or the next couple weeks when you have some free time to look us up. And I would love to invite anybody who's interested to come down and check out the program, meet the team, meet the participants, and see what we're doing day to day here in the community. This is really what we do. What we have not done yet is really try and create that community sailing center that we dream of. We work closely with our creditor, U.S. Sailing, which is actually international now organization which accredits smaller organizations like us, trains instructors, and creates really a strong formal structure so things can be done professionally and safely. We've worked very hard to get ourselves into the loop with them. We're now an accredited U.S. Sailing Center, an adaptive sailing center, a keelboat sailing center. We've really tried to check all the boxes. So now, hopefully you'll be hearing a lot more about us. Hopefully you'll get down to see us because we will be pushing hard to bring this dream to everybody else in the community. The hundreds of people we serve is fantastic, and I'm very proud of our staff for all that they do, but I'm hoping that hundreds can turn into thousands at some point. Because the people are here, the need is here, the dream is here. So we're going to keep pushing, and I'll look forward to seeing you guys again at some point in the future. So thanks again for having us.
Great, thank you so much for coming in. Great program. Any council questions or comments? Council Flores?
Just a comment. I've known Josh for a number of years now and really observed the growth of that program, so I commend you and your staff and the board for really making sailing available to a host of folks that probably would not have that opportunity if it were not for what it is that you do. So hats off.
Thank you. It's a big team, so credit goes to them.
Councilor Cullen?
Yes, thank you for the presentation. It's just an awesome program. I saw my good friend Laurel Labden
a few pictures of her on there. She was a high school friend of mine. She lent me my earrings for the prom. If she's watching, I still remember that, Laurel. But also, we had our own Paralympic athlete here, a Paralympic sailor in Mike Hersey, and Paul Neary stole his seat through a series of. He was voted off the island, I think, but he'll appreciate that I said that. But anyway. So I think you have a warm audience here for what you're working on, and I certainly appreciate any grassroots, good-hearted project like this. It's awesome to hear, so keep going strong. I love it. Thanks.
So thank you.
Josh, could you, Councilor Bean-Bender?
I echo Jen's comments. Really wonderful program. I first learned about you guys about 2 years ago, and I was really kind of blown away by the whole thing. You do a great job in presenting the organization as well. Just a specific question. What's your operating budget?
So we usually, to do what we're doing right now, we pull out all the stops. So we're usually right around $150,000 a year to. For the past 3 years, for the most part. Where we're at now is that pivotal moment in a nonprofit organization where to meet the need and demand that we've found, as well as to meet the assets that we have, we're really looking at needing to double that effort, double down on it in order to build ourselves out to the capacity that we're primed for. We actually have a fleet of boats at this point, and we're only able to put half of them in the water due to a lack of access to moorings and docks, and then of course the cost that comes with that. So we're really at this point in that kind of pivotal phase where we're trying to build that financial capacity to meet the need, as well as all the other generosities that we've received via equipment and staff and so forth.
Do you have a fundraiser on staff? Or someone who's good at it?
So we have a number, we're very fortunate to have a very large volunteer team, is what it comes down to. We're still at that kind of moment where we're bringing in more year-round help, but we're still very much so a seasonal program. It's kind of the chicken or the egg thing. You really need the mooring field with the boats, so you don't need the physical staff per se to man programs going into the shoulder seasons for us. So really having that space is what's gonna put us over the threshold where we, instead of an 8-week program, we can run an 8-month program without incurring the overhead that's currently involved. So we're trying to see what we can get to come first, really, is where it's at today. Thank you.
Councilor Rapker-City.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Josh, for the presentation. I noticed my 3 grandsons on the dock, and they've partaken in the youth program. How are you on a waiting list for moorings? Because there's a skill set to learning how to come up into a mooring and leaving from a mooring. It's a whole different skill set, and it's something that should be learned. Any movement on a mooring list, or?
So we've been working both with the town of Barnstable and the town of Yarmouth, and I'll say that I taught the boys how to sail.
They love it.
Way back when.
They're great.
So they are a pleasure to have, and we do need to work on the moorings with them. We found that Yarmouth was more readily able to get us in sooner, just based off of the mooring lists that they had and the space that they had available potentially, where a number of our boats are more shallow draft. We had conversations at both towns, and it seemed like spatially and time frame wise, Yarmouth was the go-to. So we're currently on the list over there. We have 2 slips over at Gateway, which we won through a lottery that we pay for every year to re-up. And then Hyannis Marina has been a fantastic supporter as well in giving us the space that we really need today to do what we're doing. If it wasn't for them, we wouldn't have a fleet of boats in the water at this point.
How's your reception of adults joining the program?
It's actually one of our more popular programs.
Great, that's good to hear.
We run adult programs in the evening, youth programs during the day. The adult program's always full. We have folks coming out 5 days a week, and we typically end up having staff doing private lessons on the weekends as well, because the enthusiasm that we receive. So they're out there. They probably just came in an hour ago, actually.
Great. So much fun. Thanks.
Thank you.
Josh, could you just introduce the rest of your board members there, have them stand? And
Yes, absolutely. So we have Rich Bianco and Dan McCarthy back here, and a number of folks, again, who are viewing on TV and couldn't be here this evening, but we really do, the organization at this point, year-round is volunteer. So believe me when I say it's a very large team and a very dedicated team that pulls this thing off. And then we have a year-round or seasonal staff of, I believe, 9 individuals at this point, if I'm counting right, who really run the program and pull off a great season for us year after year. So it's a dynamic but great team.
Great. Well, thank you. Thank all of you for being here tonight. Great presentation.
Awesome.
Great job.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Okay, we're going to move into the orders of the day. We have a pretty varied agenda, so we're going to move some things around and take some things out of order. So, Vice President Crocker, could you please read item 2019-009 and refer to a joint meeting with the Planning Board on August 9th, 2018?
Yes, Mr. President, 2019-009 to be referred to a joint meeting with the Planning Board on August 9th, 2018. An amendment to Chapter 240 of the zoning ordinance to add regulations for the establishment and operation of registered recreational marijuana research facilities and independent testing laboratories and prohibiting all other non-medical marijuana establishments.
I have a second. All those in favor of referring item 2019-009 to a joint meeting with the Planning Board on August 9th, 2018? And that is unanimous. All right, going back to old business, item 2018-163, Councilor Biedenbender, could you please read and open the public hearing on that item?
Sorry, thanks. New business, refer to Planning Board. So item 2018-163.
No, this is
sorry.
this is old business. You're reading and opening the public hearing tonight.
All right. Sorry.
That's okay.
This one here. Okay. Item 2018-163, amending Chapter 240, Article 3 of the zoning ordinances to create a Cannabis Overlay District A and Cannabis Overlay District B, and district regulations for establishing and operating registered recreational marijuana dispensaries. This is for public hearing, roll call vote.
Okay, and there was just a scrivener's error on the page you were reading. It's fine. All right, did you want to take a few minutes to give the rationale?
I have a bad packet.
I think your packet's broken.
I have a faulty packet. I apologize. Okay. This is the rationale. In 2016, voters in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts approved a ballot measure to legalize adult use cannabis. In the town of Barnstable, there was almost an even split, with 6 out of 7 precincts voting yes, with Precinct 11 missing a majority yes vote by 3. Adult use cannabis is legal in Massachusetts. You can possess it, you can consume it, and you can grow it. Citizens should be able to buy it legally as well, and the state has left it to municipalities to determine how, where, and in what manner. Prohibiting legal sales will guarantee a market of unsafe, untested products sold by unlicensed dealers who don't check IDs and don't pay taxes. Like Prohibition 100 years ago, marijuana forced lots of untaxable, unregulated transactions into the shadows, and the wrong people were enriched. We can ignore the fact that the state has legalized adult use, or we can be proactive and thoughtful in how we zone, tax, and regulate it. Through this process, we will plan for growth, generate new dollars, lessen the impact of the black market, and ensure quality and safety through regulation. Responsible adults want access to adult use cannabis and the economic opportunities that come with it. Attached is a proposal for zoning along with a bylaw that allows for adult use cannabis in the town of Barnstable. Approving this measure would position Barnstable as a leader on this issue, as it recognizes the myriad of opportunities this industry can offer, and in doing so is planning for growth and for the future of Barnstable. Approving this measure is in alignment with a number of priority areas in the town of Barnstable's strategic plan. Finance, with the goal, provide a viable financial plan for meeting the operational and capital needs of the town with a balanced budget that includes ongoing cost reductions, maintaining reserves, and aggressively pursuing new growth dollars and revenue sources. In 2017, the legal cannabis industry generated $9 billion in revenue, $1.4 billion in taxes, and 121,000 jobs. In Eagle County, Colorado, a resort community similar to the town of Barnstable, adult use cannabis generated $14 million last year in adult use sales, which equates to $415,000 in tax revenue based on a 3% rate. Several revenue opportunities exist if Barnstable approves this measure. State law requires that marijuana establishments execute host community agreements with municipalities in which they operate. Agreements may include a community impact fee of up to 3% gross sales. Sierra Naturals in Milford just agreed to a deal that plans for 5 annual payments of $250,000 to the town to go towards mitigating any impacts the facility could have and towards improving public health, safety, and security. Barnstable may also accept the local sales tax option and collect an additional 3% on retail sales of cannabis. In addition to new revenue opportunities through fees and sales, Barnstable stands to gain from gross dollars and employment opportunities from the creation of viable new business in our town. Strategic point having to do with economic development. Goal, town council and town manager to support and grow a vibrant economy with a diversity of businesses, both for-profit and non-profit, and a strong labor force. The adult use cannabis industry will offer year-round skilled and unskilled jobs to Cape Codders. These jobs include growers, technicians, bakers, researchers, and systems specialists. As an example, Sierra Naturals in Milford employs 65 people who make between $32,000 and $90,000 a year. Additional opportunities exist for training and education in agricultural practices, plant science, and systems management. Cannabis businesses retain workers and utilize services from a wide variety of collateral sectors, such as construction, engineering, security, legal, insurance, real estate, and retail. Colorado's regulated cannabis market generated $2.4 billion in overall economic activity in 2015. Tourism, jobs, real estate, education, and tax revenue have all seen dramatic increases. Point 3, public health and safety, with a goal to protect and promote the health, safety, and high quality of life of all town residents and visitors. We cannot control users, but we can control how they obtain their product through a regulated and safe establishment that guarantees that the product is safe, tested, and taxed. Our residents and our visitors deserve that option if they so desire. Providing access to adult use cannabis to responsible adults will diminish access and use by teens. In 2016, the Healthy Kids Colorado study found that teens found marijuana harder to obtain because the legal market reduces the base for dealers. Studies in both Colorado and Washington conducted after legalization found use decreased among youth. Opioid use is a problem in our community, and adult use cannabis can be used successfully to reduce use and impact. Several studies have shown a decrease in opioid use in states that have legalized cannabis, and that cannabis can be used as a tool to decrease opioid use overall as either an alternative pain management or as a treatment for addiction. A strategy included under this goal was to quote-unquote develop and implement a substance use prevention plan in collaboration with key stakeholders, end quote. Revenue from adult use cannabis through a community host agreement would provide funds to support this goal and to develop an education and prevention plan that is developed in collaboration with community stakeholders working on substance use from a range of perspectives. Adult use cannabis needs to be legitimized. It's not good for social cohesion as minorities are disproportionately criminalized and law-abiding citizens are asked to move into the shadows and procure cannabis from dealers. Law-abiding citizens should be able to access marijuana as they do alcohol and cigarettes from legitimate sources to ensure quality and safety and should not feel stigmatized for it. This bylaw provides a roadmap by which we can plan, regulate, and tax this emerging industry. The investments being made by the state have created an opportunity for us. There are responsible adults in our community who would like reliable access to locally sourced cannabis. Cannabis that is accurately labeled and predictable in its potency, cannabis that is tested for safety from undesirable contaminants, cannabis that does not sustain illegal black markets. When responsible adults purchase these products, they generate legitimate tax revenue and they create jobs for the retailers, the manufacturers, the laboratory technicians, and the local farmers who deserve this opportunity. This is the future and we should not run from it.
Thank you, and I'm in receipt of a letter from the planning board signed by the chair of that board. In this item 2018-163, did go before the planning board. on June 25th and July 9th, and they had public hearings. And this adoption of zoning amendment 2018-163, zoning to create a cannabis overlay district A and cannabis overlay district B, the recommendation was not to adopt this. The vote was 5 voting not to adopt it, and there was 1 abstaining vote. Subsequent motion related to agenda item 2018-163 was to recommend the council review a town-wide approach to zoning related to adult use marijuana establishments. That vote was also 5 in the affirmative with 1 abstention. All right, so this is a public hearing. We also had a vote at our zoning and regulatory council subcommittee, and I'll ask the chair what the recommendation was.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President. We had our meeting this afternoon, and we voted 4-2 not to support it as it was drafted. Thank you.
Thank you. And this is a public hearing, so any members of the public wish to speak to this item, please come forward. I'm going to set some ground rules for it. If you spoke in public comment already, you don't get to double dip in the public hearing. There are a number of people that want to speak, so I'd like to ask people to limit their time to 3 minutes, and I'd like to see kind of a pro-con back and forth on this item. And if we get into a situation where it's just kind of a line of the same side of the argument, I'm going to look to close the public hearing. So please state your name. And
my name is Beth Waterfall. I am the founder of an organization that educates people about marijuana. It's called Elevate Northeast. Yesterday morning, I attended a Cape Cod Chamber meeting where they discussed the different opportunities that are coming to the Cape in this space. There are people from the restaurant, hospitality, hospice, hotels, real estate, publishing, and farmers there curious about how this industry is going to impact them here on the Cape. One of the big things that did come up was about banking and access to money, and the speaker at the event was the chairman of the Cannabis Control Commission. And he brought up a really good point that I want everybody to remember, is that Massachusetts has adopted a seed-to-sale tracking program. Once a plant is 8 inches tall, everything that happens to it, every little portion that it is divided into, every process that it goes through is tracked, and that's going to add some integrity to this process. Another thing that Chairman Hoffman mentioned is that there are 2 more banks expected to come online to service the cannabis industry very soon. One of the things that just struck me when we were watching that lovely Sail Cape Cod video and listening to the presentation was that they raise money by having a beer and wine festival. And earlier, the mother with the 2 children spoke about her concerns about normalization. What about the normalization of alcohol? That by the end of Sunday, hundreds of Americans are going to die because they drank too much alcohol, because somebody around them drank too much alcohol and did something careless and killed them. Hundreds of people between now and Sunday. 0, I anticipate, will die from cannabis because it just doesn't happen. I want to thank Councillor Dagwan for mentioning responsible parenting. That's what this is about, just like with alcohol. Alcohol is for adults 21 plus. Responsible parents teach their children that. And they're also faced in that process of teaching their children. Those children are seeing every single day on the street, trucks driving by with glasses of beer, refreshing beer, glamorizing alcohol in the restaurants that they go to. Alcohol is normalized, and that's an extremely dangerous thing. So the fear of the normalization of cannabis, I just don't understand. It's not something to be feared. It's 2018. We have access to information, and I encourage everybody to take it upon themselves to learn about cannabis, and don't approach it as something to be feared. It's something to be understood. It's something to be regulated. And I thank you for taking the time to discuss this very important topic, because it does affect so many people with their different backgrounds, different career paths. And of course, it affects the children. But again, this is something that's being very heavily controlled, very regulated throughout the marketing regulations, how people can access their cannabis. So let's let the Cannabis Control Commission do their job as they're doing now to protect us. And let's also take a proactive approach as parents to teach our children that this is something for adults. It's something to be understood. It's not something to be vilified anymore. It's 2018. Thank you.
thank you. No applause. Anyone else wish to speak? And we want to go back and forth, pro, con. ahead, there's a lot of people out there.
Good evening. My name is Frances Parks. I live in Katuitt. I have been a pediatric physician assistant for 38 years. Despite what anybody might say, marijuana is a gateway drug for children. They're having lots of problems in Colorado. It's not a safe state, and children have been increasingly using the drugs. There have been increasing phone calls to poison control, a massive number because of ingestion of marijuana by toddlers who, as we all know, can travel faster than a speeding bullet to get something that they want. The children are no longer smoking, but they're vaping and they're juuling, and they're also using marijuana in school. The Healthy Kids Colorado survey that you mentioned from 2015 had a response rate of only 46%, so it doesn't get to the qualifying of being a legitimate study. From 2013 to 2015, marijuana use in high schools in Colorado increased 14%. Middle school increased 96% for 7th graders and 144% for among 6th graders. They're getting their marijuana the same way that they get my generation and your generation got alcohol. Friends bought it for them. 25% get it from people who have medical cards, and 35% of it get it from people who just go into the stores and purchase it for them. I'd like to just read something from the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry. Adolescents are especially vulnerable to marijuana's many known adverse effects. 1 in 6 adolescent marijuana users develop cannabis use disorder, a well-characterized syndrome involving tolerance, withdrawal, and continued use despite significant social impairments. Heavy use during adolescence is associated with increased incidence and worsening course of psychotic, mood, anxiety, substance use disorders. Its deleterious effect on adolescents' cognition, behavior, brain development, and may have immediate and long-term implications, including increased risk of motor vehicle accidents, academic failure, lasting decline, intelligent measures, psychopathology, addiction, psychosocial, and occupational impairment. I'm sorry to say, but Mrs. Martin, who is here with her 2 beautiful young children, children and adolescents now are well aware of marijuana, where you can get it, how you use it. Putting the building where it's processed or sold out of sight is not going to be out of mind for children. I oppose this 100%. The law says that they're not supposed to be smoking this on the street. We all know that's going to happen, and we shouldn't have our police wasting their time stopping people who are smoking pot. But alcohol, you can stand next to someone drinking, and you're not going to have a problem yourself. If you stand next to someone who's smoking alcohol, or you're a child in a home where marijuana is smoked, then you get secondhand smoke just like you do with cigarettes, and it's very damaging to the developing brain, and especially damaging to the adolescent brain. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. President, members of the Town Council. My name is Richard Elrick from Precinct 2, and I speak tonight as a grandparent and as a parent, and I'm as worried as anyone else here is about their children and about access to marijuana. I want to begin just quickly by pointing out that, as Councilor Biedenbender pointed out earlier, 6 of the 13 precincts voted for legalization. Councilor Tinsley's precinct voted 59% in favor of it. They didn't do it frivolously. They did it for 2 very significant reasons. The first reason was they were well aware that prohibition has been an abysmal failure. The police, the district attorneys have had 100 years to make the prohibition model work, and they have simply not been effective. The other significant reason I think people voted as they did for legalization is that with every single study, and literally every single study, I know that Councilor Vec has said you can find a study to support anything. I would challenge him or any of you to find a single study that suggests that cannabis is as toxic or as addictive as alcohol. It isn't, obviously. According to the Center for Disease Control, 80,000 plus people died from abuse of alcohol. Not a single person died last year or in any previous year from overdose of marijuana. These are important points, I think, to make. With respect to the proposal that you put forward to the planning board, I understand that it includes only testing and research. I should point out that according to Steve Hoffman, the chair of the Cannabis Control Commission, not a dime of the 3 cents of sales tax would flow to the towns as a result of that kind of a facility, and I'd be very surprised if you'd be able to extort any money out of those kinds of facilities under the host agreement arrangement. Those monies are directly related to costs associated with the facility. Councilor Hebert pointed out earlier that he thought you were all exercising your due diligence. I hope you are, because if you were doing that and you were contacting municipal officials in Colorado, you'd see that support for the legalization in Colorado is now at 70%, when previously it was at 54% when the question passed. You'd see that opioid deaths are down 25% in Colorado, as is alcohol sales as well. Traffic fatalities are down in Nevada. Now, these are statistics that people can argue about, but if you check in with these other states and don't rely on what I'm saying or what you're hearing from this audience, do the due diligence that really is required for such an important question as this one. We've talked about the jobs, of course, and when you think about the precincts that voted for this question, the Hyannis precincts, the West Barnstable precincts, and many of the folks in West Barnstable supported this question because those are where our working class families are living. Those are where people who need the jobs are living. I think that's a pretty good indicator about how people feel about it. Ultimately, if you endorse and support or implement a ban, you're not going to be stopping a single person from using cannabis in this town. Not a single one. Indeed, you'll be, if doing anything, you'll be enhancing the drug traffickers. They don't check IDs. They're going to be very happy if the ban continues here. So I think the most important thing is to recognize in this day and age, as has been pointed out, that to deny adults, reasonable and responsible adults, the right to use cannabis while we permit 24 package stores, and we just expanded alcohol sales on the town green, to do that is not only hypocritical, it's completely counterproductive. I can only use the word farcical to really think that we would promote alcohol or allow alcohol and not allow a single retail store. I urge you to oppose a ban. It's not in the town's best interest. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? No. If you already spoke, that's it.
Good evening. My name is Laura Cronin. I live in Hyannis, and I'm here in opposition of this ordinance in support of recreation marijuana. There are a number of I wrote a lot of things down, but everybody else does the same thing. Either you're for it or you're against it. And again, studies are going to show one or the other depending on which side you want to look at. And I think you as counselors and we as citizens here, this is what we can do. We can choose not to put recreational marijuana in the town of Barnstable right now. You can choose to hold off and wait until all of the regulatory and all of the regulations can catch up to us. They compare it to alcohol, and I'm against a lot of the alcohol that we have going on, and we just gave it to the cinema, for crying out loud. I mean, I don't understand that, but it's whatever is the reason behind it, we're supporting that. The police have no tools when someone is under the influence of marijuana. Let's wait till those rules and laws get caught up so that they are on a fair playing field. People who smoke marijuana, we have a huge ban on smoking right now. We're trying to limit that because there is secondhand smoke. And if you don't think that the children are going to their daycare centers and their schools smelling like the secondhand marijuana smoke, just ask a couple of the preschool teachers, and you've heard some of the teachers and some of the educators as well. I just think it's something that we don't have to do right now. We have an opportunity to wait. We have an opportunity to hold off. You want to call it a ban? it's like a dry town. I grew up in Natick, Mass, and Wellesley was a dry town. That town certainly did not suffer for it. There was reasons that they did it, and they waited until they were ready to handle whatever came along with opening up alcohol sales in their town. So we don't have to do it. If people need it medically, I think I am for that. I think that those research and that facility and where people can have access to it, I think is important. And I think that we have made that decision. And I think as you look down the road to see, I think I heard recently that, well, it's legal, so, why should you ban it? Well, it's legal, but you don't have to have it in your town. Brewster's will have it, or Mashpee will have it. Let them go there. They will find their resources. They will find, just like they'll find a liquor store, they'll find some place to buy their marijuana that they want to use recreationally. And they're still gonna come in through Barnstable. Maybe they'll eat here because they'll be coming back, getting their fix out there. So I encourage you, please, as responsible counselors, and I thought it was kind of hypocritical, was that we just went into a lawsuit with Big Pharma because they promised to control it. They promised to do all the things that we're saying we're gonna have this type of industry do, and they didn't do it. And so we don't have to allow it in. So I encourage you to vote no against this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hello. My name is Tyler Crocker. I am from Precinct 1, and my family and I have been Barnstable residents since the 1600s. I guess I'm here because I'm concerned that with the proposed zoning regulations and the limitations of storefronts in each town, that it's going to be almost impossible for someone such as myself or any citizen of Barnstable County to be able to get a license to either cultivate or sell cannabis. I feel that with the recreational marijuana market now legal in Massachusetts, this could be an amazing opportunity for craft cannabis cultivators and other small businesses. What we as citizens need is the ability to legally grow on our own property and have the option to be able to sell it to dispensaries if the quality is good enough to pass testing. I am a 13th generation Cape Codder. I don't think I have to tell you guys how hard it is to afford to live on Cape Cod these days. Allowing the cultivation of cannabis from people in the community could be a way to provide Cape Codders with the income they need to live here. Let's not be so strict in the zoning and regulations that you only allow giant, non-local companies with big bankrolls to be the ones to profit from this. We need Barnstable to allow recreational cannabis manufacturing, cultivators, and lab testing so we don't have to go off Cape to do it. I've heard a lot of people get up here and say that I'm not here to argue whether cannabis is good or bad, while I'm here to argue that it is good. I cannot believe that there are people out there that think that it is worse than alcohol, which kills over 88,000 people a year. 88,000. If each one of those people were 6 feet tall, that equals 100 miles of dead people head to toe. Talk about a sobering statistic. You want to know how many people died from cannabis every year? 0. And yet we have liquor stores and bars up and down every street. And why? Because for some ridiculous reason, alcohol is more socially acceptable than cannabis. And I think it's because naturally you drink, it's a natural thing to do. Smoking is not a natural thing to do, and it's probably, I think that's why it's more socially acceptable. Maybe in today's society, we should take a good look at the facts and the myths, and not the myths about cannabis, and realize that it's not a bad thing like we were all growing up to believe it was. Please take some time to consider how we can make recreational marijuana a positive and profitable commodity. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hello. My name is Chris Gagne. I'm here on behalf of Cannabis Community Care and Research Network, C3RN. I'm a longtime resident of Barnstable. Grew up here, went to Barnstable High School. And I'm reading this testimony on behalf of Dr. Marion McNabb, the CEO of C3RN, who cannot be here tonight. I would like to commend the council for understanding the importance of a thoughtful inquiry into how best regulate and implement adult use cannabis in Barnstable. All of you have taken the time to have these meetings, to go to site visits to other towns, and to meet with representatives is a very thoughtful way to approach this new industry. And I have to say personally that I've been doing this all over the state, advocacy work. This is the only town that did that. Thank you. Okay, it's pretty awesome. And I'm proud of all of you. Thank you. Dr. Marion continues, I'm writing this letter to suggest to the council not ban all license tapes for cannabis, but rather thoughtfully design a structure that is based on best practices to allow retail, cultivation, and the support of small businesses on the Cape to bring opportunity from economic, health, and social perspectives. The Massachusetts State Cannabis Control Commission has designed what will be a world-leading program that embraces valuable principles of supporting small businesses and the equity of diversity initiatives, great tax structures, and excellent resources for local municipalities to effectively design local structures. The new legal adult use cannabis industry, and that is what we refer to it, not recreational, that's what we prefer to, adult use. Led by the State Cannabis Control Commission, will be the leading state to have thoughtful regulations, ensure public health risk and safety is at its fullest potential. The Cannabis Control Commission is also working to ensure youth prevention, impaired driving, and other issues are at the forefront and addressed. In fact, these are the first programs that are already underway at the state level and can be applied and implemented here in the town of Barnstable. I can assure you that Massachusetts will have the nation's leading program to ensure public health and safety is held to the highest standards. Barnstable has a groundbreaking opportunity to embrace a new adult use cannabis industry with retail, cultivation, micro-businesses, supportive ancillary businesses, and other license types that can be thoughtfully designed, researched, implemented based on best practices and standards. Barnstable could be a true leader and model for others to follow, but not allowing the industry to be here would be a lost opportunity for many perspectives. It's great to hear the interests in research and cannabis testing. The town of Barnstable could be a great leader in research and testing, but banning adult use retail or cultivation or other license types will be limiting access to the very thing that could be researched or tested, including impact on health outcomes and improved quality of life. This new industry is already taking off, and the state is designing an excellent regulatory structure that can be followed. The regulations are supportive of small businesses and an equitable industry. Instead of banning, being practical and using evidence-based, implementing best practices in an industry that is already emerging here will be helpful. Forming a local subcommittee to look at the individual license types and thoughtfully planning using evidence-based practices could be helpful. Many are concerned about recreational user versus a medical user, but in fact, many are often both. It's important to think about how allowing retail sales and cultivation is allowing access for people to get relief that they need is right. C3RN recently launched a national and Massachusetts-based research study of cannabis consumers and patients with the University of Dartmouth in order to start better understanding about cannabis patients and consumers. Our national sample of 1,050 cannabis consumers and patients, I wanted to share a few preliminary statistics. And we've got this response in just this past week. We just launched it, an IRB-approved research study with UMass Dartmouth, which we're very proud of. 42% are recreational, 30 are medical, and 28 report both medical and recreational. This points to the need to further understand recreational and medical, allowing adult use sales will increase access to safe and regulated medicine. 62 reported using cannabis to get off unwanted prescription medications, including opioids, antidepressants, and others. We would be remiss not to mention that Barnstable has one of the worst opioid epidemics in Massachusetts. There are programs that can be designed to address an epidemic in a harm reduction, evidence-based driven way with clinical oversight. But again, allowing adult use retail and cultivation and other businesses will give access to safe and regulated product and will drive out illicit market, which can reduce access for young people. 30% of our respondents were over the age of 50 years old. Of these, and the top reason for their cannabis use was 34% chronic pain, 15% anxiety, 13% depression. This is very important data to point. Allowing adult use retail, cultivation, sales, access here will lower the barrier of entry for all populations in need, including...
Got about 30 seconds.
To conclude, I would like to thank the council for such a thoughtful inquiry into this issue. We at C3RN believe that banning adult-use cannabis license for cultivation, retail, small business, and all other license types, in addition to research and testing labs, would be missing an opportunity to design an impactful industry from health, economic, and social perspectives. We are happy to share some of the academic writings with C3RN that we have prepared. If that would be helpful to you guys. I'm sorry for the long rant. Just one more thing. There's a lot of very, very smart. Like I said, we do this work all over the state. Some of the best minds that are advocates working around the state are here, and I'm part of this community. It's a great resource. So if we move forward and decide not to ban, take advantage of these resources because we want to work with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And just to clarify on public comment, if you spoke to this item, you can't speak again, but if you spoke on something else, you can. Anyone else? Go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Bud Bergstrom again. I haven't spoken on this.
You state your name and the microphone.
Bud Bergstrom on Indian Hill Road in Comaquid. I don't have a strong opinion one way or the other. I'm not a user, but I must admit my dog was a user. He was on chemotherapy, and my daughter did a book with Tommy Chong, so that's his issue. But my question is, because I lost my cousin's son died of an opioid overdose. I think it's important to look at the research. What happens when it's legalized? Does that mean it's a gateway drug and people go on to worse drugs? Or does that mean they're less likely to go to a drug dealer who's also wanting to sell them opioids, presumably because there's a greater profit with that? So I think in terms of making your decision, you ought to look at what is the overall effect of this decision. Because I've heard there is an opioid epidemic on the Cape and children are dying. So if legalizing marijuana saves their lives, I'm all for it. If it ends up costing their lives, I'm against it. So it's up to you to do the research. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else?
My name is Tony Zugel. I'm from Precinct 10 and wanted to answer your question as best I could. Ms. Dagwan, my daughter is 20 years old and she asked me to come here tonight because she's working. She's a graduate from Cape Cod Tech. She's currently at Wentworth Institute of Technology and she's studying biomedical engineering. And she has always wanted to be able to come back to live here and work here. We've been here for a very long time. There is virtually no opportunity for her to be able to do that in her area of study. She's looking for a co-op studying in Boston because there's 2 co-ops that Wentworth does, and one of them is doing molecular splitting for marijuana. They can't do actual testing yet, but what they do is they actually break it down on a molecular level to look at its gene breakdown. And that's one of the places that she had wanted to go to. She was informed that she cannot until her senior year because then she'll be 21. But we keep pushing for our youth coming back. The numbers in this industry say it's a young industry that is interested in this, that wants to build it, wants to make money from it, and wants to be successful from it. They, in this kind of industry, could afford our housing, could bring their children back here and support our schools and look for the things that they want that their parents and grandparents had here that right now my daughter will not have the opportunity to have. And that's why she asked me to come here.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hi, my name is Eric Hunter, and I have a business in South Yarmouth called Cape Cod Hemp, where I cultivate non-intoxicating varieties of cannabis. And I'm here to support allowing cannabis testing facilities in Barnstable. I have already invested in laboratory equipment for potency testing of hemp and marijuana. And Yarmouth has banned all marijuana-related businesses, so I won't be able to expand my business there. And I'm currently looking for an alternative location to establish this business. And I know it's important for growers and individuals and businesses to have access to testing, because marijuana and hemp are agricultural products, just like lettuce. So there are certain things that need to be tested for to make sure that it's safe, such as microbials, pesticides, heavy metals, and so forth. And the closest lab to where we are now is over a 3-hour round trip, so that may result in individuals not doing the testing that should be done. And also there's a big economic impact to these labs. EVO Labs has generated $3 million a year. They have 12 facilities in the United States. That's $250,000 per lab. And a company called Green Wave Advisors reports that this industry has generated $850 million a year in this country in revenues for testing. So I ask you, please consider allowing this type of business, which will have no impact on youth or any of the negative impacts that I've heard tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good evening, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, councilors. My name is Spencer Knowles, co-founder of Regulate Cape Cod, and I stood before this body during a workshop that was held a few months ago, solely as an advocate for smart and safe regulated cannabis access. And now I stand here not only as an advocate, but as a new member of the cannabis industry. I'm here to tell you that an industry is alive and thriving in certain parts of the state. I drive over the bridge every day now for hours to be part of a thriving environment, and what I see is what I hope for the Cape, and most importantly for the town of Barnstable. Although it is our group's position that properly regulated adult use retail businesses should be immediately zoned for success, we also understand that the potential solution, be it short-term, could be a compromise which exempts specific non-consumer touching license types from any ban or moratorium. Consider this a phased approach, which would allow non-consumer touching businesses a chance to establish themselves, while enacting a temporary moratorium on retail stores until sometime next year. These types of exempt licenses could be micro businesses, and then a number of license types fall under that, product manufacturing, craft cultivation co-ops, small-scale cultivation, third-party testing facilities, research, and third-party transport. Small businesses can and should have a chance at this historic ground-level start in this exciting space, which is projected to be $1.8 billion industry by 2021. This is the commercial hub of the Cape, and Barnstable should take a leadership position in allowing this opportunity within its borders. Allow non-consumer touching license types to establish themselves and take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity while it exists. At the same time, we challenge this body to create a cannabis advisory committee and study the local effect of the license types permitted, while also studying the retail impacts in neighboring communities or other communities within the Commonwealth during the extended moratorium period, with an additional objective to properly address the lack of medical cannabis access in Barnstable, which continues to be a serious issue. In closing, there is no better opportunity than now to allow our friends and neighbors, a chance to thrive in a new and exciting industry, while also allowing the local population a better chance to better understand this industry prior to making any formal decisions about adult use retail access for responsible adults. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? And again, I do want to try to go back and forth here. We're kind of drifting in one direction, but anyone else?
Adam Higgins, 18 Huckleberry Lane, Precinct 10. Thank you, Council, for taking up this issue tonight. I did want to quickly thank Councilors Biedenbender, Cullum, and Schnepp for stepping up and proposing the smart and safe zoning approach. I also wanted to commend Councilor Dagwan and Biederbender for educating themselves, visiting a cultivation and manufacturing facility in Milford, Sierra Naturals. This facility has no retail, employs 65 people, with salaries ranging from 32 to 150. They've actually added some new jobs since they've got their recreational permits, and they're up above 6 figures, multiple salaries. Councilor Dagwan, I really loved your comments about education. I think it's important to understand that we do not control normalization of adult use cannabis. That is happening at a state level, so we will have to have a conversation with our kids. And lastly, I did want to thank my counselor, Precinct 10, Councilor Matthew Levesque, for engaging me and everyone throughout this process. Despite our different divergent views on the issue, he's proven to me he has only the best intentions for this community. And I share those best intentions. That's why I'm here tonight. I love my home. I love small business. And that's why, when I moved back home, when I realized recreational cannabis was going to be legalized, I started with research. What I found was that the illicit market was rampant on Cape Cod. So I started with research. And, pictures are worth 1,000 words. So since there'll be a lot of words, I wanted to quickly roll through a few photos that hopefully you've seen before, because we sent these as packets when we originally did the research. Here's Cape Cod Times last year when we were trying to let the communities know about the black market products that were available. These products were all delivered to my home. You can order them readily. I'd love to just put these into the record if I could. Here's a closer view of those products. I'll send these all around. At a very nice level, you can order them online from websites like this. They often carry products from out of state. As you can see, this one is clearly labeled from California. Those have the benefit of being tested. Here are some very scary products that do not come from nice online websites. These come from people with back alley transactions. As you can see, these are untested. And actually very scary. Here's one of the scariest ones I found. Here's a gummy bear that is 150 milligrams. I found out about this from the girl who cuts my hair, and I made it a mission to get one of these things and figure out what's going on. TC's Incredible Edibles, made right here in Hyannis. This is the face of the illicit market. This gentleman right here. This gentleman doesn't want to have any conversations with anyone. He wants to evidently lace his products with fentanyl to make them, more potent. Here are two other faces we are very familiar with. As I said, I live in the berries. And if you talk to anyone in the community, this Thomas Latanowicz was selling drugs. Was he selling cannabis? Yes. And we need to stop that. We need to take those sales away from people like him, so that we don't continue to get headlines like this. Fentanyl-laced marijuana eyed in Cape Cod near death. 2 arrested in police raid at Falmouth Campground. Oops, sorry, that one's okay. But yeah, switching gears a little bit. There's the faces of that. Those are the faces of the illicit market. The faces out here are the faces of the legal market. People that want to have conversations, want to be responsible, want to build something for their families and for this community. I would, the industry is so much more than a pot shop, but it's causing the most fear. So let's eliminate that fear. Let's take retail off the table for phase 1. Put a moratorium on retail until as long as we can. Let's take it slow, but let's provide our small businesses and farms a chance to succeed. Please look to what Shutesbury recently did, where they put a moratorium on everything, but made exceptions for small cultivators, farms, craft co-ops, micro businesses, and home-based production. This is a beautiful solution, providing us a wait-and-see element for retail, while still allowing our small business and farmers to move forward. And let's be real, being able to move forward only means you can come before a special permit hearing that this body will shape. And also, if you look to Brewster, you have all the power. If you look to what they did on Monday, they actually attached an impact fee of 3% gross sales above and beyond the 3% tax, which would allow you to capture revenue from these cultivators and manufacturers. And if you look to some of the biggest brands that are coming out of California, we're talking one of the larger ones in California is a $280 million a year business. That's $200 million in-state and $80 million they license out-of-state. Just think about if we captured 3% of that revenue and brought it home to the Cape. That's $8.4 million a year. Now let's be real. Maybe the business is 10% the size, and it's only $840,000. All I'm saying
Try to-
is...
try to wrap it up in the next 30
Will
seconds.
do, absolutely. Best of all, product manufacturing is very small footprint. These facilities can go anywhere because they aren't consumer facing. They only sell to other businesses. Please look past just a pot shop. See the opportunity for small businesses, hit pause on retail, and allow local entrepreneurs to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hi, my name is Michelle Bennett. I'm a fifth generation Cape Codder from Falmouth. I'm looking to try to help a lot of people understand that, that the ban that you guys are proposed to decide on will eliminate people like myself from staying on Cape Cod, from starting our businesses and having to move elsewhere. I'm looking to purchase my first home, and I'm actually considering it in Barnstable. And a lot of that will be based upon which direction this goes, which is more taxes to the community here in Barnstable. I'm also looking to start a manufacturing business here. I will have nothing to do with public, with the community as far as interactions with people, with the general population, other than my products being dispensed to dispensaries for people that have medicinal needs for it, for stores that are licensed, whereas everything that I would be doing is governed. It's all regulated, like they say, from seed to sale. By banning the adult use market here in Barnstable, you're preventing the cultivators that do help for medicinal. You're preventing the manufacturers that are providing for the medical. And I know a lot of you are on board for medical, not recreational. What I'm trying to get people to see is that you will end up banning lab testing. You will end up banning the things that we need for the people that need it for medicinal. I myself recently had a severe surgery, 6-inch plate in my foot with 7 screws. And if it weren't for medical cannabis that I had to get, I would not have been stayed off opiates. And we have such an opiate problem here on Cape Cod. This is the one thing that kept me sober. So I urge you to really educate and look at the differences in the license types as you decide which way to go, whether you stay in a moratorium as far as recreational goes, or whether you decide to allow specific license types in the meantime. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Go ahead.
Good evening. I'm actually going to condense a good portion of what I have to say. My name is Rebecca Menard. I'm a lifelong Cape Codder. I live in West Barnstable in Precinct 1. I am a parent, and I have been a registered nurse at the hospital for 20 years. I'm also a Simmons grad. I do believe there was a Simmons promoter here. So marijuana poses less risk to the consumer when compared to alcohol and other substances of abuse. A significant part of my nursing career has included the care and management of patients who have suffered the consequences of polysubstance abuse. The opiate epidemic has drastically impacted the healthcare system. One of the most challenging patients to manage is one that carries a diagnosis of polysubstance and/or alcohol withdrawal. Victims of opiate or polysubstance overdose also pose significant management challenges. When substance abuse reversal has been successful, I try to focus my patient education and support by being impactful, guiding, and promoting of sobriety. That being said, I have yet to speak to a victim that has mentioned cannabis as a driving factor to their abuse issues. In a majority of cases, it is not even present on toxicology screens. In 20 years of bedside nursing, I have yet to experience a patient that has suffered any negative sequelae from cannabis use other than unintentional exposure to other substances through unanticipated contamination of product. Marijuana does not carry the potential organ dysfunction and abuse risks as with other substances. In fact, I'd opt to care for a cannabis user any day over abusers of alcohol, amphetamines, opiates, or other addictive prescription medications. The fact is, I just don't see them. I didn't know if anyone read their recent AARP magazine. There was an interesting article about cannabis users aged 50 plus. It stated that only 6% of responders said they used cannabis to get high. A majority of the responders said they used cannabis to treat pain, help relax, and sleep better. Current market trends are also showing some shifts in consumption to products containing minimal THC and high CBD, which has a lengthy list of beneficial properties. Also, these consumers may not want to have their names included in a database as medical cannabis patients and deserve safe product and safe product purchasing options. In closing, I just wanted to briefly add comment about zoning regulations. I know that at the last meeting there was discussion about wishing there was a door number 3. Some towns are taking the approach of permitting state-allowed cannabis industry businesses but postponing public sales in storefronts. Allowing cultivation with options such as craft cooperatives to be grouped into the permitted businesses could be another way to generate revenue for the town and be part of this industry without having to take on aspects of public sales since product goes directly to dispensaries. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Toby Leary again from Hyannis, and interestingly enough, I'm probably, a very neutral party in this. I'm not a big government in my life regulation type of guy, so I kind of see both sides of the argument here, but I do think it's a little disingenuous to say that 0 people have ever died from marijuana use. I grew up with several people who are no longer here with us today because they started smoking marijuana, and which led to other drugs. And I spoke at their funerals, and I have family members who are also in opioid treatment or in they've fallen off the wagon, so to speak, and now are using again. And I know for a fact it all started with marijuana. So it's kind of disingenuous to say that nobody dies a year, not to mention the driving while intoxicated part of the equation. I understand alcohol is a deadly drug, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to sit here and play that comparison game. And honestly, I see the benefits of managing it and putting it out there in a controlled way, and for the fact of making sure that it does make the illicit drug market go away to a certain extent. But I think that a good study should be performed to see if it is truly a gateway drug. And I have firsthand knowledge of it as being that, and I don't know if every case is. And I see also the benefits of it being used to get people off of opioid. But at some point, what are we medicating? I think that's really the root issue, and we need to get help in that regard, because it seems like we all medicate some way, somehow. Some people do it with socially acceptable addictions, and other people do it with drug use and whatever. But getting people help for what they're medicating, I think, would be a good community-based study. So anyway, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, do I have a motion to close the public hearing? All those in favor of closing the public hearing? All those opposed? That's unanimous. All right, I do want to read this letter into the record. They asked that it be read and included in the record. It's from the Marston's Mills Village Association to myself as president. And it reads, last night the Marston's Mills Village Association held our monthly meeting. One of the items discussed at length was the proposal to create a cannabis overlay district in Marston's Mills. The board members and the local residents present at this meeting unanimously voted not to support item 2018-163, which proposes to create a cannabis overlay district and regulations for establishing and operating marijuana establishments. And this letter is dated July 11th, 2018. All right, council discussion on this item. Anyone? Councilor Cullum.
I'll get the ball rolling, why not? Well, there's been a lot of effort and a lot of time and a lot of lively conversation surrounding this topic, which is exactly what my goal was in sponsoring this item, to bring it to the forefront, to talk about the future, talk about what Barnstable's comfortable with, what Barnstable's not comfortable with. And there's been a lot of realizations, I think. I think our first shot at it may not be perfect. I think we are all aware of that, but I think we definitely got the cow out of the barn and the conversation started. I will say that, you know, the precincts that supported this, let me back up. The civic associations that represent the precincts that supported this may not really represent the precincts that supported this, because, you know, I went to the Hyannis Civic Association the other night, and I was actually very thankful at their reception of my ideas and my thoughts on the subject. But it was very clear to me, my precinct voted for it, James Tinsley's precinct voted for it, all the Hyannis precincts voted for it. But the Hyannis Civic Association, even though this was on their agenda, very poorly attended meeting, really no input from the public at all. The people who voted for it didn't show up to defend it. I want to, and the same with Marston's Mills. Marston's Mills supported it, and then we get this letter from the Civic Association. So I guess what I'm doing is encouraging people who vote one way in November on a ballot to show up every day, show up for the process, because, you know, the rules happen when you show up. They go your way when you show up. If I didn't come to a town council meeting, or I didn't put my neck out to be part of this, then I wouldn't be doing my job. And I suggest that as citizens, we need more engagement around things that are super important. This decision, whether yay or nay, I'm not a pot smoker. I certainly don't want my child to become a pot smoker. I believe that the children need to be protected. But this is worthy of discussion, and discussion based on facts, not discussion based upon emotion. Discussion based upon what the priorities are in our town. If economic development is really one of them, how far are we willing to go? Maybe we're not ready for retail. I'm fine with all of it. I just wanted to get the conversation going. And I think that if we're willing to go as a people out to vote at the ballot, we need to maybe have a little more chutzpah and show up when things are discussed, pay a little more attention to things that are happening in our precincts. Because tonight, I mean, and at the planning board meeting, there were a lot of people with really valid opinions, whether they're, I mean, everybody's opinion is valid, but whether they're based in fear, or whether they're based in indoctrination, or whether they're based in, you know, just, I don't know, personal experience. They're all important issues, but all of us, the 13 of us up here, have to hammer out a plan that's going to work for Barnstable. So I want to thank everybody for coming out, and I'm confident that we can work towards something that will work for everybody. And we're listening that storefronts may not be it. I'm listening to that, and that's okay. You know, I just want to hear what the thoughts are. And please go to your civic associations and be represented and get on a board. You know, get on your civic association's board if you believe firmly in something. Because if you don't do that, we don't hear you. You know, so thank you.
Anyone else? Councilor Dagwan?
Thank you, Mr. President. I kind of see this somewhat generational as well. I look at this and see that when we talk about medical marijuana, I think my generation, which is an older generation, that I'm in the mid-60s here and up, or somewhere in that area, are somewhat supportive and more open to maybe medical marijuana. I think the recreational side, most of us in that elderly category, are not going to be partakers, more than likely are not going to be partakers of recreational marijuana. And I guess maybe I'm just speaking for myself here. So I see an older generation that's, you know, kind of comfortable with that side, and I see a younger generation that's more comfortable or concerned, comfortable with the recreational side of it, because they also see that it could be helpful for small businesses. It could be helpful. And we had several people come up and talk about how difficult it is to live here on the Cape, and can see some positive sides to it. And I think we really have to look at that. Again, I think I'd love to hear more from our younger generation because we are really, really concerned about them, our youth, the teens, the young adults, get their feedback. It's a lot of us talking, but I'd like to hear from them as well. And I also would like to hear a little bit more from the medical community. I saw a nurse that came up tonight and spoke. But, we're talking about medical marijuana. I haven't heard anything from doctors who would be dispensing this product, and a little bit more on that side. So I'm kind of torn between this whole ban thing. I don't want to see it banned. I think there's a lot more that needs to be discussed, and I hope that this council will hear what I've heard tonight and that we've been hearing. I support the 3 women who on the council who stood up and decided not to let this just go down the drain without any real deep thought and research on it. And I think there's still more. We're hearing people talk about testing facilities and the profit that can come from such facilities. I think there's still more here to learn and to study. So I hope we don't jump to any conclusion on it. It's a real division, I think, still on this issue.
Councilor Tinsley?
Thank you very much. And first, and I don't do this very often, but thank you to everyone who came out, both pro and con. I have a lot of notes. This is something I've thought about, discussed with family, friends, coworkers for years, actually. And so there's a lot of little points I'd like to make. From the very beginning, I said my biggest problem was with the fact that we could even take this vote. That at the state level, they made the decision to override the rule of the majority in the state of Massachusetts that voted yes. So they gave us the opportunity to town by town say no. And I would have this same problem if this was reversed. If the state allowed towns that voted yes to have it and the towns that didn't have to have it. Because while I wish what Counselor from Precinct 1 said was true, that in this country majority rules, and that was a quote, that's not fact. And we're proving it right now. We've also had 5 presidents that did not receive the popular vote, but were still president. So unfortunately, we have facts that prove that statement's not true, though I wish it was true, because it should rule. But it's also the reason why in subcommittee I fought hard for the charter objection, because you know what? The majority isn't always right, and the minority needs that voice. They need the opportunity to show why maybe it's not right. So when we looked at those things, I fought hard to keep the charter objection alive and useful and not so torn apart that we couldn't use it. A lot of the arguments are very good, but unfortunately there are arguments about whether to allow it or not, to make it legal or not. Sorry, it's legal. I can go home and smoke a marijuana cigarette if I want, and nothing we do up here tonight will change that. And that's what a lot of those arguments had to do with. And you know what? I agree with some of them. That's the whole point. I agree with some of those arguments. And by the way, it's my daughter who went to Simmons. So I am the Simmons supporter. Gateway drugs and things, again, it's alcohol is that drug. It depresses the neocortex where our inhibitions are and causes people to not be able to put on the brakes, and they do things they would never do. Proven over and over and over again. That's what happens in the brain with alcohol. That doesn't happen with marijuana. And the one comment I heard, and it's not just this individual, so I don't want people to think I'm attacking the person who said that, but we have to overcome the hypocrisy and discrimination of let them get their fix somewhere else. People who are going to do this, I'll use me just because it's easier for my conversation. I'm not getting a shot of heroin or doing a snort of cocaine. I'm not getting my fix. That's like saying the same thing for a shot of alcohol. I don't drink. I find it disturbing that we have 138 alcohol permits in this town. I find that disturbing. I don't go to some places because people drink, and after an hour and after 2 hours, their moods, everything changes, so I can't go there. But it was already brought up that we do that in our fundraising. But to open one storefront, we've had this big uproar that everyone's gonna start smoking pot, our schools are going to heck, and that's it, Barnstable's gonna become a cesspool. So that's where I have a problem with this, that the arguments are about whether it's legal or not. It already is, it's here. So I do support opening up 1 or 2 establishments. It might not pass, that's fine. I agree with Councilor Cullum that we have to have this discussion, and hopefully it will progress, and it will continue. We'll continue to have conversation. And I know too that those who disagree with me up here, they're doing what they think is the very best for this town. And I've said that before. So either way this vote goes, that's okay, we'll move on. It'll be fine. And thank you for your time.
Anyone else? Councilor Flores?
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a point of correction. Majority does rule, because when we take a vote tonight, if one side doesn't have a majority, if it's a simple majority that's required, or a 2/3 majority, it either goes up or it goes down. Precinct 1, which I represent, voted overwhelmingly against it. And I do believe that as an elected official, I have a duty and I have an obligation to represent the people that elected me. By 300+ votes, which was probably the biggest difference of any precinct, they voted no. And I would correct Councilor Cullum, because part of my district does have a little bit of Hyannis in it, so everyone in Hyannis, whether they voted for it or against it, Precinct 1 said no. So I guess what I'm saying is that when you look at the fact that 6 of 13 precincts voted in favor, 7 of 13 voted against it, there was a majority, not only in terms of the number of precincts, but also in terms of the total number of votes. Now, I'm not sure when people voted for it, whether they were thinking it was recreational versus doing cultivation, doing medical research. I think they were just thinking that, you know, it would probably legalize, if you will, the retail. I'm not opposed to medical marijuana. I'm not opposed to cultivating. I'm not opposed to testing facilities. But I am opposed, to, at least at present, to opening up retail operations within the town. I think there's a compromise that can be had here. And so at some point, whenever this vote comes before us, by majority, we will figure out whether this is going to pass or not. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councilor Bienbender?
Thank you. Thanks to everyone out in the audience who came out tonight to speak on this, both again pro and against. A couple of overriding points from your comments. I love the idea of a working group, and it's been something that I've been thinking a lot in working on this ordinance and going back and forth. And you know, I agree with Councilor Cullum. It's not perfect, and there's more work to be done. But one thing that occurred to me in doing the research and reaching out to you know, enforcement people or business people or talking to teenagers and trying to wrap my head around this whole issue is that I think over the last year, as this council put forth a moratorium, there was a really great opportunity to have done a lot of work, and I think we sort of missed the boat on that. And I think we have an opportunity now to kind of set it right and go back to the drawing board and have a working group and reach out to people in the community who want to be involved in this business and find out what will work from that perspective. And I think we have to do one of the things, so our open meeting laws are really important, right? But I also find the open meeting laws incredibly frustrating sometimes, because we can't, when we're at odds at times on this ordinance, for example. I would have loved to have been able to reach out to other counselors and say, well, okay, so what would have worked for you, or how do you see this being different? And you can't, So you know, all the conversation is going to take place here, and even my own views on things are changing as this conversation is evolving. So I like the idea of a working group. I'd like to see us hold off on an ordinance until we get more information, more due diligence behind us. Deb Dagwan is absolutely right on about education. There's a huge educational component here. There's a huge fear that's out there in the community, and I understand where it's coming from. But but there are a lot of things that are out there from an educational standpoint that would dispel X number of those fears. You know, one thing is that, you know, people are so concerned about this getting into the hands of our youth. Well, the reality is that it's already in the hands of our youth. You know, those kids that want to smoke it are already smoking it. And this adult use cannabis, this business, is not for the under 21 crowd. That's not who it's geared toward. And the Cannabis Commission has done a really good job of making those regulations super tight. The inventory process is and enforcement side of it is incredibly robust. You know, so, for example, in the, under the Public Safety and Security Standards, Chapter 94G, Section 4 and 12, from the Cannabis Commission, it says, in addition to the mandated background checks for all industry licensees and employees, the CNB has been granted the authority to develop on-site security standards for marijuana establishments. The most important component of these standards is a state-of-the-art seed-to-sale tracking system to prevent diverting product to youth, criminals, or out-of-state jurisdictions. So there are a lot of protections that are in place. So the other thing that I also wanted to mention that I think is a great idea is a moratorium on some but not all, right? So we sort of phase into this, because what that also allows us to do as well, it's part of the educational component where people can see that, okay, wait a second, we have a cultivation facility over there, and what's going to happen? And you know what? You can't even see in it. There's no advertising on the outside of it, and it's not going to have the negative impact that people think that it might. But they need to sort of see that process happen. And this is a huge cultural shift. So that's the other part too, right? This is a behavioral change model, cultural shift. And people don't make cultural shifts overnight. So I also think we owe it to the folks of Barnstable to take this slowly. But I think we need to move on this in a proactive way. I mean, we have to be on the right side of history. I think we have to be proactive. I think we have to look at, you know, our millennial generation that is looking for ways to be able to stay on Cape Cod and find viable businesses that will allow them to thrive. And this is that business, this is that industry. And so I think we owe it to our young people as well and the future of this town to move this piece forward. But I do think it makes sense to phase it in. So those are sort of my top.
Councilor Dagwan?
Yes, there was one piece that I didn't speak on. Councilor Bender Beater. Okay. Bender Beater. Brett. There you go. Oh, okay, 10:30. Brett and I had an opportunity to go visit Sarah Natural, which we had an opportunity to see the product and see it in different forms. I think many times we think of it, and that's the way I thought of it, is, you know, people are going to be smoking it. And one of the things I hate, and I see it today when I'm got my grandchildren in the car and I pull up next to a car and I can smell this stuff. It's just so disappointing to me, because I feel as though, you know, they're getting a contact that they didn't ask for, shouldn't be exposed to. So that law enforcement side is another issue that needs, you know, I think people kind of, and I know I do, I don't want to feel as though my neighbor next door can go out and back and smoke this stuff and it's going to filtrate over into my yard where I'm having a picnic or something. That has really bothered me. But I also realize that that it's not, the product does not have to be smoked. And we saw many products you know, in different forms of liquids, of brownies, of lozenges, just so many other forms of it that I feel if someone was partaking in this particular product would not affect those people around them when they're partaking in it. So I think we have to keep that in mind as well. And if it is going to be approved, where are people going to who want to smoke it? Where are they going to be allowed to smoke it? I haven't heard anything on that. Right now, we're not allowing people to smoke cigarettes in various places, public places and whatnot. Cigarette smokers are having a hard time finding a place to smoke a cigarette. And so I think we have to, if it's going to come in, you know, a tobacco type form, you know, what kinds of restrictions would be placed around that as well, so that we're not all being exposed to it.
Councilor Rapcorsetti?
Thank you, Mr. President. I serve on the zoning meeting committee that met before this, and I was one of the dissenting votes on this item, and for a couple of reasons. And I appreciate the makers of the item, because if the town doesn't do anything, if we don't pass zoning, if we don't ban it, it's a free-for-all come the new year. Anywhere in town, someone could set up a shop where retail shops are allowed. So we need to do something. But with regards to this item, I think this is poor zoning. And I don't think it's, I think it needs to be, as Councilor Biedenbender said, I think we need to take some steps. And I think one of the items that was referred to the planning board unanimously is taking it in steps. And that's to allow testing and research facilities. And we've already had someone here that's looking for a place to set up a testing facility. So that, to me, is taking it in steps. To put zoning in place in a precinct for one without consultation with the representative from that precinct that voted against question 4, I think was misguided. And yes, there was an opportunity to sit and not in violation of the open meeting law with the entire council. We had a workshop. At that time, we could have talked about ideas and ways forward to take it slowly and allow time for regulations to be rolled out. And I know there's people that are going to be disappointed about this. Let's get going, let's sell the retail, all that. Remember, anybody, and this cannabis goes by many names. One of the names is weed. It's very easy to grow, and I know people that grow it. The state law now allows anybody to throw some seeds in the ground, and they're readily available right online, and grow your 6 plants or 12 if you're a family. And from accounts that I've heard, those 12 plants will realize maybe 6 ounces a pot. We call this recreational, which is supposed to be something you do when you're not working. Well, okay, I would beg to differ that people that partake in marijuana do it when they're just recreating. I think some people probably do it when they're working, or the saying goes, wake and bake. So I will not be supporting this, but I also at the same time think it's behooves this council and this community to allow for, I don't also will not be supporting 159, an outright ban on it, because it is state law, and I think it's important to allow for the slow rollout of some decent zoning. And I can't support this kind of this zoning as presented. Thank you.
Councilor Flores?
One thing I didn't mention was the actual zoning, and the fact that Precinct 1 did overwhelmingly vote against supporting retail recreational marijuana, but yet the proposal for the siting of the retail facility by my fellow three councilors is to put it in Precinct 1 in Independence Park. Goes against, if you will, the will of the people of Precinct 1. At a minimum, we should probably regroup, come up with some other ideas, come up with some other options, look at those precincts that did approve it wholeheartedly. I think someone mentioned that Councilor Tinsley's precinct approved it by a whopping 59%, where Precinct 1 was the opposite in terms of supporting it. So I would be opposed to this based on two facts. One, when I say opposed to the retail aspect of it, opposed to citing it within Independence Park, and opposed to approving the retail aspect of it, because that's what the voters of Precinct 1, and by majority, it was overwhelming. As far as I've already mentioned, the other aspects, whether it's cultivation, whether it's the craft marijuana cooperatives, whether it's a manufacturer, whether it's the independent testing laboratories, I think there's room for that to be discussed and debated and housed and located in an appropriate place within the town. But I think the retail aspect of it, we should probably put that on hold, let the rest of the industry kind of roll out, take a deep breath, not a deep inhale, and in essence, wait to see what happens in the surrounding towns. We can still create an aspect of the industry without going into the retail business because that's what the law says. But I think the way this ordinance, the way this article is written, and the way it just focused on Precinct 1 as the potential location, just smacks in the face of the voters who I represent, and the fact that I was not included in the discussion to even suggest that it should be in Precinct 1. I was informed after the fact. I think just compels us, if you will, to take a harder look at where we might want to put these kinds of other than the retail facilities, other locations within the town. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Vice President Crocker.
Mr. President, the town attorney just asked me into the hall to break some new and different news to me, news that has not been clear through the process, so I'd ask her to come forward and explain to council her position at this time. We've moved forward with door number 3. We've made several different iterations, and I have worked with her on several issues, and I don't believe we've crossed this path before. So I would ask her to speak to the issue as she spoke to me outside.
Good evening, councilors. Good to see everybody. Ruth Weil, town attorney for the record. I just want to set the table in the context of my remarks. Recently, there was a decision issued by the land court, which the town currently has under appeal, which all the land use commentators said it was an incorrect ruling. But what it held is, if there's a negative recommendation by the planning board, which is just supposed to be a recommendation, and then the town council subsequently votes negatively, that item, and it's within the subject matter of that item, which is really disturbing about the case, and that's why we appealed it, cannot come forward for 2 years. It's a 2-year bar. It was a front page story in Lawyers Weekly. Land use professionals throughout the state were surprised, but that decision is still on appeal. So my recommendation would be to avoid a potential situation where this field cannot be regulated. The item should either be withdrawn or continued. You have 90 days from the opening of the public hearing to take action. So this item can be continued. As you know, this is a 2/3 vote. It's a high bar, and so that you have 2 courses of action, I think, to protect the town. It would either be to withdraw the item or to continue it. And again, there's a 90-day window to do that. And if I didn't communicate that, I thought I had, my apologies.
Vice President Crocker.
Attorney Well, could I ask a point of clarification, please? Traditionally, in a withdrawal, you would suggest that the people who had sponsored the article agree unanimously, in this case, and that it was 3, to withdraw, and that would be the withdrawal. But if the body was so inclined to suggest that the article be withdrawn, and the body votes to withdraw the article, is that a sufficient way to withdraw the article? In other words, what if we don't get a uniform 3 here to withdraw the article? Can the body vote to withdraw the article?
Yes, I think the body has that power to withdraw the article. But I just want to make it clear that because the planning board also voted negatively on 159, the same caution pertains to 159 as well.
159 is not in front of us
Yeah,
at
I
this time.
understand, but it's on-
Let's stay
yeah.
with what's in front of us, because this is a very confusing issue on a daily basis. Mr. President, I would ask that we talk to the sponsors at this time based on this new information.
So I believe the 3 of us, the sponsors of this particular item, are willing to withdraw as long as 159 is also withdrawn. Do I speak correctly, councilors?
For all 3 to affirm that, please.
Yeah, can you say your name?
I affirm that.
We only have 163 in front of us.
We have one more affirmation, please.
I affirm that as well.
So then, would you like me to make a motion?
To withdraw 163.
Let you withdraw.
Yeah, so I'd like to make a motion that we withdraw, or just, do I just make a motion to do that? Yeah. Make a motion to withdraw 163, 2018-163 as written.
Second.
All those in favor of withdrawing item 2018-163? And that is unanimous. Councilor Crocker, could you please read 2018-159, open and continue the public hearing to August 16th, 2018?
Yes, Mr. President, 2018-159, order to amend the zoning ordinance to prohibit non-medical marijuana in all zones and districts within the town of Barnstable. Open the public hearing and extend it to 8/16/18. Thank you.
Point of information, if we're planning on withdrawing both, why do we not just withdraw that now?
We haven't, there's a motion on the dais to continue it. We
Why are we continuing it?
haven't had a public hearing on it.
It's 10:30.
We haven't had a public hearing on it. Do I have a second? Do I have a second? Second. All those in favor of opening and continuing the public hearing on item 2018-159 to August 16th, 2018? All those in favor? That's 8. All those opposed? 6. And 1 abstention. Okay. All right. Now we're going to get into regular items. Let's see.
Can we get the count, please, again?
Let's have a roll call then.
Friedmender,
I'm not in favor.
Crocker,
Yes.
Cullum,
No.
Dagwan,
No.
Flores,
Yes.
Brabkerstetti,
Yes.
Hebert,
No.
Levesque,
Yes.
Neary,
No.
Schnepp,
No.
Steinhilber,
Yes.
Tinsley,
No.
Wallace.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 6 yes. 1, 2, 7 no.
Now we got to discuss it.
Could we get a legal opinion, please? We haven't had the public hearing on 2018-159, and we failed at this vote to move it forward to the next regular calendar meeting. Can you tell us what the outcome of that is?
Yes, you could open the meeting the public hearing now and take public comment, as you did with the last item. You're not precluded from doing that.
This is exhausting.
So it's either now or the regulatory and zoning group hasn't voted on this either, so this isn't completed. It hasn't had a public hearing, and the zoning group, zoning and regulatory hasn't ruled on it. So are you suggesting it's go with it or it's gone? Tell me, you're gonna be clear.
Yeah,
Be clear.
okay. I will try to be clear. Thank you.
I think Councilor Neary's looking for some clarification as well. What the vote was to open and continue the public hearing on item 2018-159 to August 16th, 2018. That's what the vote was.
And it didn't
it
carry.
failed.
And it didn't carry.
Unless there's a motion to reconsider the vote.
I'll second that motion, yeah.
Well, you need to make the motion if that's what you want to do.
I apologize. This needs to be discussed. I think it can be pushed off until August. However, I was unclear as to the prior
No,
comments back.
That was a motion on the floor, sir.
So I would like to reconsider that vote, reconsider my vote on that.
All right, is there a second to reconsider the vote?
Second.
All those in favor of reconsidering the vote? He voted no. Let's give a clarification.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question, please?
Councilor Neary voted against it, and he was on the winning side.
Correct.
He's asked that it be reconsidered
Right.
because he was on the winning side. Does a winning side person also have to second it, or can any member of the board second the reconsideration?
Let me check the rules. I believe anybody, but let me check the town council rules for a minute. If you give me a moment, please.
All right, let's take a 2-minute recess. All right, councilors, take your seats, please.
We're gonna wait till they're all here, too.
We gotta wait till everyone's back.
It's probably not a good idea to have a colloquy.
Councilors, please take your seats. All right, everyone's back. Can we have the ruling on who can second a motion, please?
Under Rule set, I'm sorry.
Enough. Town attorney, go ahead.
Under Rule 6F of your rules, a person on the prevailing party has to move the issue, but there's no prohibition as to who can second it.
Okay, so the motion was moved to reconsider the vote. There was a second. Now we're gonna,
Phil, let's call it up for a vote.
yeah, Paul Neary made the motion to reconsider the vote. Yeah, where is the clerk? 2 minutes. Now it's been like 6 or 7 minutes. All right, we have a motion. Councilor Neary voted to motion to reconsider the vote. It was seconded by Councilor Wallace. And now we're taking a roll call to reconsider the vote.
Can we state the vote again?
Crocker?
Point of, can we just explain what we're voting on right now? 'Cause I'm a little confused.
Vote to reconsider, then have-
Reconsider what?
Yeah, you vote to reconsider the vote, and then we vote the item again.
Continue the item to the 16th.
But we're going to state that again after we have the vote to reconsider
Continue the item
vote.
163.
No, this is a motion to reconsider the vote. We do that first. Then we're going to revote the item to continue. This is just to reconsider the vote. One thing at a time.
Reconsider the vote.
Roll call, please.
Crocker?
Yes for reconsideration.
Cullum? No. Dagwan?
Abstain. I pass.
Flores?
Yes for reconsideration.
Rapcorsetti?
Yes.
Hebert?
Yes for reconsideration.
Levesque?
Yes.
Neary?
Yes.
Schnepp?
Yes.
Steinhilber?
Yes.
Tinsley?
No.
Wallace?
Yes.
Friedenbender?
I'm going to say no as well.
Okay, so it passes to reconsider the vote. So can I have a motion to continue, open and continue the public hearing on item 2018-159 to August 16th, 2018?
So moved, Mr. President.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor of continuing item 2018-159, opening and continuing the public hearing to August 16th, 2018? All those in favor?
Yes.
Roll call, please.
Roll call vote. Madam Clerk?
Cullum? No. Dagwan?
No.
Flores?
Yes.
Rapcorsetti?
Yes.
Hebert?
Yes.
Levesque?
Yes.
Neary?
Yes.
Schnepp?
No.
Steinhilber,
Yes.
Tinsley,
No.
Wallace,
Yes.
Friedenbender,
No.
Crocker.
Yes.
What's the vote count for the record? Thank you. And one abstain. Came back. No, okay. She voted at the end. All right, we're going to move on to the next item under old business, item 2018-167. Councilor Rapkosedy, could you please read and open the public hearing on that item? It's on page 16 or 17.
Yes, Mr. President, this is item 2018-167, public hearing, roll call, 2/3 vote, appropriation and loan order in the amount of $29,000 pursuant to temporary repair to private roads program regarding Laura Road in Centerville as written.
Second.
I have a second. Go ahead, Rob.
Good evening. Rob Steen, Department of Public Works. The successful passage of Chapter 174 of the Acts of 1994 and the passage of the House Bills 4409 and 4410 by the state legislature of the Home Rule legislation authorized the town to expend funds to repair private roads. Under this program, the abutters to the roads being repaired can be charged betterment assessments for 100% of the actual cost of the repairs, which they then can elect to pay in one lump sum over a period of up to 20 years with interest. These roads will not be taken by the town of Barnstable and will remain private roads. A majority of the property abutters to Laura Road in the village of Centerville have expressed an interest in having the repairs made to their private road, and 80% of the abutters have signed a consent and acknowledgement agreement for the betterment assessment. The proposed work is the removal and replacement of the existing pavement and installation of drainage structures. The cost of the improvements, estimated at $29,000, with a cost per 5 abutters distributed at 5 full shares, will not exceed $5,800 per abutter.
Thank you for that. And this is a public hearing, so any members of the public wish to speak, please come forward. Seeing none, do I have a motion to close the public hearing? All those in favor of closing the public hearing? And that is unanimous. This is item 2018. Do we have any council discussion on this item? All those in favor of moving the question? That's unanimous. It's item 2018-167. This is a 2/3 roll call vote. Madam Clerk.
Dagwan,
Yes.
Flores,
Yes.
Rapkosedy,
Yes.
Hebert,
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Schnepp,
Yes.
Steinhilber,
Yes.
Tinsley,
No, for that one abutter.
Wallace,
Yes.
Breedmender,
Yes.
Crocker,
Yes.
Cullum.
Yes.
All right, passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rob, you're going to continue on with the next item, right? Okay. Councilor Flores, could you please read item 2018-173 and open the public hearing? It's on page 18.
This is old business, a public hearing, roll call, 2/3 vote, item 2018-173. Appropriation and loan order in the amount of $4,425,000 for the construction of a water filtration plant at the Mar well field.
Do I have a second? Second. Okay, go ahead, Rob.
Good evening. Rob Steen again for the Department of Public Works. I'm joined tonight by Hans Kaiser, the supervisor of the excuse me, I can talk if it's late, the Water Treatment Division. We're here to talk to you about this appropriation. In the interest of time and brevity, we'll go quickly through it. This project is a part of a second phase of a 2-phase project. The first phase was presented to you in March of 2017. This presentation will not repeat what was said at that time, but we'll pick up where that presentation left off. If there's any aspects of that which we'd like to talk about, I'm prepared to talk about it, but I'm going to try to move through it pretty quickly. big points here that during the summertime, the Water Supply Division is pumping 5.5 million gallons a day. During the wintertime, it's 2.5 million gallons a day. And though there seems to be a disproportionately larger number of residential customers to commercial customers, the actual volume split's closer to a 50-50 split between water going to commercial customers versus residential customers. 11 of our 12 wells have been impacted. This is what was discussed at length last time, so I will not go into detail here. I will note on this slide that 2 of those wells, Mary Dunn 4 and Straightway 1, are inactive wells that we are bringing back online at this point. We expect Mary Dunn 4 to have issues because the other Mary Dunns did. Straightway 1 at this point looks like it will be pristine and clean. Those wells we'll talk about a little later on. However, the remainder of the wells are impacted with one sort or another. What we've been doing about it is here. These are some of the items we talked about last time we were here. We've installed carbon treatment systems in Mary Dunn 1 through 3. We've established permanent connections at Yarmouth. We've established a temporary connection with COM, which will eventually become a permanent connection. We're working that issue now. We conducted a study to look at sources throughout town, as was mentioned earlier by the town manager. And then we conducted a study to look at the Mahar treatment system and do pilot testing in the Mahar treatment system. We've also, as we mentioned, redeveloped Straightway 1 and Mary Dunn 4, and we expect those wells to be online December of 18 and June of 2019, and we're here to talk to you about Mahar. That field produces about treats about 30% of the water that's produced in our system, and currently we are using Yarmouth water to blend with water that's there now at the rate of about 0.72 million gallons per day. MGD is a million gallons per day per year. The cost of that is significant, because we are paying 3.53 per 1,000 gallons of water, which in 2017, FY17 cost us almost $583,000. It's appropriated for FY18 at over $1 million. Wow. So we're spending a lot of money on buying water from Yarmouth at this point in time, a source which we have no control over, and if Yarmouth were ever wanting to, they could shut us off. 2 phases of the project. The first phase you funded in March of 2017, and we are appreciative of that. That phase addressed the PFOS, PFOA issues and was for the design and construction of carbon systems and carbon filters for the Mahar treatment facility. It also did a pilot study and funded a pilot study which was to look at what the remainder of the contaminants issues would be and what would be needed for those. One of the interesting facts that came out of that pilot study is that we learned that 1,4-dioxane was actually accumulating in the GAC systems and then surging out in larger than recommended amounts, to the point that it was decided that we would need to wait and do all of the project at once to get the 1,4-dioxane out, because it would it'd accumulate in GAC and then just surge out into the system in a way we did not want it to have happen. So that's why you've not seen construction yet on phase 1. Phase 2 addresses the 1,4-dioxane with UV oxidation and also deals with the iron and manganese issues that we have there. The pilot testing recommended it. The source report recommended this project be completed. The Hyannis Water Board and the DPW are recommending it as well. Key features of the project, I will not bore you with all these, but they're here for your consumption. No pun intended. Note that all building processes here are going to be removable. So, for instance, with the exception of the foundation, the building itself is a metal building. All the process tankage inside is unboltable and removable. So on the off chance that we assemble and build this facility, and then it's decided that this is not the site to have this, we can recover the vast majority of this equipment and relocate it to somewhere else, wherever we decided we'd want to be. Project rate impact, as everyone is curious, with the project included, it's looking at FY19 would sustain a 7% increase, FY20 a 7% increase, 21 6% and 6% here on out. And we're happy to take any of your questions.
Okay, before we do that, we're almost at 11 o'clock, so I'd like to have a motion to go past 11 o'clock. All those in favor of going past 11 p.m.? And that is unanimous. Okay. Hold on. This is a public hearing, so any members of the public wish to speak, please come forward. And seeing none, do I have a motion to close the public hearing? So moved. All those in favor of closing the public hearing? And that is unanimous. Okay, council discussion on this item. Councilor Hebert.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Kaiser, could you explain, there was a letter to the editor, I believe, from somebody in Hyannis who said that the Hyannis water customer is going to pay for all of this. Can you, somebody clarify for me if this is a town project as opposed to the consumer the Hyannis water system paying for it?
So this is a project that's coming from the Hyannis Water Enterprise Fund. It is not a general funded project.
So the cost, will all of this cost eventually go to the Hyannis water consumer?
That is correct. So if you looked at, that's what those rates were based on. So that's based on our rate study, working into it, this project and the cost of this project, what that will do to the rates over time.
And is this part of what we actually we sued the county for? It's not, I'm seeing the town manager say, no, this is nothing to do with the other wells. No. Okay, thank you.
Any other counselors? Vice President Crocker?
Thank you, guys. Nice presentation. A couple things to follow through with Councilor Hebert's suggestion. When we bring water to anyone, we hit them with a systems development charge. We make them use our people to run pipe into the building. We hit them for meter charges and so forth. So when you say it's coming out of it, it's just like any fund where it's supposed to be self-sustaining, and all of those system development charges, things like that, eventually get to be some of the offset for the expense. Plus, being AAA rated, we get to drag it out over a good time, and we certainly get favorable rates when we go to the bond market. Is any of that accurate?
Much better said than I did.
Secondly, Hyannis has to be in the reality of expending money every single year for systems developments and improvements. There'll never be a year that we don't spend the money. And I think what happens, which makes Hyannis a very attractive business opportunity, and that's what will happen when it comes full cycle for its clients, it produces and sells, as you said, so much commercial water, which no other district has commercial areas like us. And it produces, as I said before, it sells as much water as COMM with 1/3 of the total pipes. So when we catch up with all of this, you'll be selling a lot of water without a lot of infrastructure compared to some of the other districts. And until that time, we'll be covering it. My last question on the expenditure itself, this is obviously to stop the blending of the water with the expensive Yarmouth water. It's about trying to get this online. If it's possible, we always talk about what's down gradient, why we're having these problems. We all know that from the backbone of the Cape, water moves towards the ocean in either direction. So obviously Mar is way down the food chain, and a lot of things are going to pass by Mar sooner or later, and there's new emerging contaminants. So this may not be the final solution. This is just a good solution to avoid the heavy purchases that we're doing to make blended water and use the expensive Yarmouth water. Is that a fair assumption?
I think it's a fair assumption.
Okay. And then lastly, is this a system that, should we abandon Mar and go up to the manager's good work to get us into the wildlife up the street, and we ever need to move any of this? Never cheap. I'm acknowledging we may be ripping roofs off, we may be using cranes, but there is a portability to some of the system.
Yes, Councilor. Lacking the foundations, everything else can go.
So we have this in our house for a very long time. We have portability, and we are getting off of the heavy, expensive Yarmouth money, and we're certainly protecting our customers. So I'm full support of it. Thank you for your effort on this.
Councilor Schnapp?
Thank you, Rob. Just a quick question. Timing of this request, it wasn't included in the CIP that we just approved a couple months ago. What brings this forward at this point in time?
So there's been a number of things that have been moving forward with this project. As I said, we originally came through with phase 1 thinking that we were going to start that project and then do the pilot testing and then do phase 2. We decided we needed to do them all together. At this point in time, we now have the source report finally in draft form to us that we are now able to digest. It's not ready for public consumption because we still have some adjusting to do with it, but we can sort of see the general conclusions of it. And that was really the last piece we were waiting on, which recommended that this project move forward as this. What we didn't want to do is move this forward if the source report came in and, to Councilor Crocker's question, and said, do not do that, in fact, relocate immediately. So we had to wait till we get that piece in-house. We now have enough of that in-house, so we feel like we're comfortable moving forward.
Anyone else? Do I have a second? Okay. All those in favor of moving the question? And that is unanimous. This is item 2018-173. This is a roll call, 2/3 vote. Madam Clerk?
Flores,
Yes.
Rob Crissetti.
Yes.
Hebert,
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Steinhilber,
Yes.
Tinsley,
Yes.
Wallace,
Yes.
Friedenbender,
Yes.
Crocker,
Yes.
Cullum. Dagwan.
Yes.
And that passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good to see you both. Councilor Levesque, could you please read item 2018-174 and open the public hearing, please? Page 20.
This is old business, a public hearing, majority vote. Item number 2018-174, appropriation order in the amount of $700,000 community preservation funds for rehabilitation of Judy Walden Scarifield Field at McKeon Park, Hyannis, as written.
Do I have a second? Thank you very much. Good to see you. Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the Town Council. Mr. Council, would you like to start?
Yes. Lindsay, okay.
I'll
You look
read the
like you were ready
background.
to go, so
I
you're very...
was ready to step in, right.
Hey, Lindsay.
I'll read the background for this. Thank you very much, Councilor Steinhilber and members. Hyannis Athletic Association is seeking approval from the Town Council through the Town Manager for $700,000 in CPA undesignated funds for the rehabilitation of the Judy Walden Scarifield Field at McKeon Park. The three-phase field rehabilitation project cost total is $1,755,000. This $700,000 funding amount represents rehabilitation, a portion of the total budget for Phase 1 of $875,000, and a portion of the CPA funding request of $800,000, which was reduced by $100,000 due to the ineligibility of the construction of two dugouts that had been included. The remaining amount for Phase 1 and all the amounts for Phase 2 and 3 will be fundraised by the Hyannis Harborhawks, a portion of which has been raised or promised, and previous capital improvements in the amount of $852,000 offered as matching funds. The CPA funding request for Phase 1 work includes soil sampling and lab testing, erosion control, installation of sod and topsoil, grading, installation of irrigation and drainage systems, engineering, design, and permitting. Maintenance of the field that will be at no cost to the town, as the Hyannis Harborhawks will continue maintenance for the term of the agreed-upon three-party agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Lindsay. And did you have things to add to the presentation?
Just briefly, Mr. Chairman, I know you all suffered through a long evening. Thank you for extending your hearing tonight, because you had a few people starting to worry about it, but I appreciate you listening to us. I'll be very brief. I had a few slides just to show you, and I'll skip through most of them. Again, the project goal is to upgrade the Judy Walden Scarifield Field at McKeon Park. With me is Peter Scarifield, board member of the Hyannis Athletic Association. The president, Brad Pfeiffer, is actually on vacation in Yellowstone in Wyoming at the moment, so he's waving probably on the internet to us. But behind us is Peter's wife, Judy, who this is named after. Judy was the long-term president of the Cape Cod Baseball League and is now, as most of you know, trustee of the Yawkey Foundation. Long story short, the field has its problems and poor conditions. This has been validated with some of the work that the town has done with the comprehensive athletic field study that's recently been drafted and presented to the town DPW. So they recognize this. The existing dugouts are substandard. In fact, if you're over 6 feet, you could hit your head. So it's happened a few times. What's also something that came to light during the CPC discussions, there are areas of the turf that are not very good and substantial, and there's some clumps, if you will, of turf, and have caused some injuries, not only to the Cape Cod Baseball League players, but there's another major player here, the St. John Paul High School athletic department also uses this field, and they brought it to light that they've actually had a number of injuries as well. So there are a number of things wrong with the field, and then without these improvements, the Hyannis Athletic Association, the Harbor Hawks, are at risk of continuing to play in the Cape Cod Baseball League, and we didn't want to have that happen. So this is phase one in green that I show you up here, and I'll just point to this. Green is the one that's on the table tonight that we've gone before the CPC to ask for. Without going through all the numbers and other details that have been talked about, there's been a lot of matching contributions. This is somewhat dated. There has been some new matching contributions provided by various agencies and benefactors. The benefits overall, again, is that it ensures the continued use of the baseball field by not just the Harbor Hawks, but also the town of Barnstable. The Recreation Department uses this field as well, allows it as in a licensed use to Babe Ruth baseball and American Legion teams as well. In fact, if you'll see the third bullet down there, there's 22 of the 96 games that were played last year were by the Harbor Hawks, yet the Harbor Hawks have the vast majority of the responsibility and have been given that responsibility now through our updated user agreement that's been signed by the town manager to maintain the field at no cost to the town. So there's a lot of benefit on both sides here that we're gaining from this. So that's a quick overview in a nutshell, and I'm here for your questions.
Thank you very much. And this is a public hearing, so if any members of the public wish to speak, please come forward.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Ralph Cahoon, resident of Barnstable Village, board member for the Hyannis Harbor Hawks baseball team. Here tonight just to bring an informational item to your attention, because once upon a time I used to sit up at that nice dais as a member of the school committee. During my tenure on the school committee, we had decided to divest ourselves of the former high school building, the old high school, now the John Paul School. And there was some contentious debate at the time about the standing of the fields, because the original proposal was to sell the property entire and take all of that money that we raised from the sale for capital improvements within the school system. After some vigorous debate with members of the town council, members of the business district in Hyannis, it was decided to sever the fields from the property sale of the building area, and the town made a significant commitment by foregoing the potential millions of dollars that could have come in for development of properties on that field area, to keep those fields for perpetuity for our youth, and for specifically for the then Hyannis Mets, now the Harbor Hawks, to continue to stay in downtown Hyannis and be a support to the community. So I just mentioned this because I think it's important to remember the town made a significant commitment back at that time to keep those fields under town control and to keep the Harbor Hawks in Hyannis. And I think the vote tonight you would make is a continuation of, you know, what that commitment was at that time. The other thing I want to just say is I appreciate your endurance this evening waiting for us, and thank you for reminding me why I don't want to run for town's office again.
Thank you for waiting for us. Anyone else wish to speak? All right, seeing none, do I have a motion to close the public hearing? All those in favor of closing the public hearing? And that is unanimous. Council discussion on this item? Councilor Schnepp?
Thank you. Lindsay, I have a quick question for you. Could you tell us sort of the running total of CPC investment in our baseball and softball fields?
We have the project that was out in Lombard. That was the first one really out of the block for a major project. And then this will be the second one. We have done some studies on Bay School Field, for example. We funded the first phase of the design for that. And we had done some design work out on the McManus property. But off the top of my head, those two will be the two big ones, which really sets the stage for the implementation of the remainder of the field study. And that was really quite a journey. I had the privilege to work with the Hyannis Athletic Association folks and Ed on this. And through the field study, we were able to realize that their original request was insufficient to do the job that really needed to be there and to build the kind of field that we expect to, have in that location. So it was really good that we were able to work this through that, but it's been a long road, and these folks have been very patient with us, and I think this will be a great project.
Can I just make one addition, Mr. Chairman, that this is the third baseball field that I have designed and we're about to oversee the construction of. 2 other baseball fields with CPC funding, partial CPC funding, were done behind the Horseman Charter School for the Barnstable Little League. So the Fenway Cape Cod and the other new baseball field there were also in 2014 and 2016, both of my projects. So this is a great thing for me to be able to say that we're using those funds and other raised funds, public raised funds, private raised funds and donations to promote the athletic fields, improvements of athletic fields here in town.
Councilor Levesque?
And I'm glad you spoke to that, because I was the president of Barnstable Little League in 2013. When that subject first got brought up, we were actually looking at the Marston's Mills Elementary School at that point in time. We weren't sure what we were going to do. And, but obviously the fruit, the fruit from that tree is very good, because I've been coaching Barnstable Little League for 11 years now. Of course, I probably said that before, and I'm probably known as a baseball guy, but I will say that there's opportunity, with this money being spent. I thank the CPC and Mr. Council for their investment in the youth, and because quite honestly, without the CPC funds, these things don't get done. And so it goes without saying that the community, and I know those young people, and I know those parents are very thankful for the opportunity that you give these children. And again, it was really in 2013 a thought that maybe we could do this. And so again, I'm just so glad now I'm on the other end, and my kids are there, and yeah, I mean, we won our town championship this year on that field. So
exactly, I have to say your successor, President of Barnstable Little League, Joe Scott, had a lot to do with making that all a reality. Certainly,
no doubt about it.
Any other councilors? All those in favor of moving the question? And that is unanimous. This is item 2018-174. All those in favor of this item? And that is unanimous.
I want to sincerely thank Lindsay Council and the CPC committee, as well as your town manager and assistant town manager, Mark and Andy. Some tremendous support, as well as Dave Anthony in Property and Risk. He's helped us through the walking through all the user agreement and everything that we had to do to get to this point. Many thanks.
Thank you. Councilor.
Can I make a comment on this?
Yeah, Councilor Flores.
Yeah, and I also just want to comment and thank Judy Scarafile for really pushing this forward and making this work. She's been in contact numerous times with me to hopefully get it on the agenda and make sure it did get passed and by the appropriate date. So Judy, thank you for being a pest.
I do it well. I'll bring you a pizza pie.
I'll work for free food.
Councilor Rappacetti, could you please read item 2018-176?
Yes, Mr. President. This is old business may be acted upon. Item 2018-176, appointments to a board, committee, or commission. Resolved that the town council appoints the following individuals to a multiple member board, committee, or commission. These are all to terms expiring 6/30/2021. Board of Health, FP Tom Lee as their alternate member to a term expiring 6/30/2021. Disability Commission, Sarah Nicholson. Hyannis, regular member. Shellfish Committee, Jacob Angelo. Katuitt, member at large. Robert Lancaster. Katuitt, regular member holding a family permit. William Shumway, Centerville, regular member, as written.
I have a second. This is item 2018-176, appointments to a board, committee, or commission. All those in favor of this item? And that is unanimous. Councilor Wallace, could you please read item 2018-177, page 23?
Old business may be acted upon. Item number 2018-177, amends section 241-30 of the Barnstable Administrative Code Public Works Commission to create an Infrastructure and Energy Committee and repeal Section 241-36 of the Administrative Code Water Pollution Control Board, as written.
I have a second. Council discussion on this item? Councilor Cullen?
Yes, just a question. Has Allison Alessi been consulted at all on the formation of this committee and about a plan moving forward for priorities?
She was sent a letter encouraging her to stay involved in the committee and its formation.
Did she respond?
Not to me. Councilor Rapcorsetti?
Thank you. I think we're encouraging anyone that served on any of these boards to come forward. Once this is acted upon, then we can take applications for this new board forming. And I'm hoping that some of the folks that were on the other committees will ask to be part of this one.
I think she deserves a phone call and an invitation, as I put in my letter to the appointments committee. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councilor Neary.
Thank you. I did reach out to Allison, but I did not receive a reply from her, both email and telephone.
Vice President Crocker?
I'm the liaison to the Water Pollution Committee. I reached out for them to tell them that there was an reorganization being considered, and that I hope they would consider upping for the new improved board. And I also told them that tonight would be the night to come and speak if they were so inclined. But I spoke to two of them personally and sent the email to the rest of them. But no, actually Wolfgang was here for a little while, but maybe the late night took him out. So thank you.
Anyone else? Do I have a motion to move the question?
Second.
A second. This is item 2018-177. All those in favor of this item? Opposed? Abstain? Okay, passes. Let's continue on with appointments under new business. Councilor Rapcorsetti, could you please read item 2019-010, please? Refer to a second read on August 9th, 2016.
Yes, this is item
2018.
Under new business. Item 2019-010, appointments to a board, committee, or commission. Resolved that town council appoints the following individual to multiple member board, committee, or commission. Conservation Commission. George Gilmore of Katuitt is a regular member to a term expiring 6/30/2021 as written.
Second.
I have a second.
Mr. President?
Yes, Vice President Crocker?
Could I be recognized? I'd like to have a vote to waive the rules and place this empty seat tonight.
Do I have a second? Second. I have a second. All those in favor of waiving the rules on item 2019-010? That's unanimous. So this is item 2019-010, appointments to a board, committee, commission to take effect tonight. All those in favor of this item? And that is unanimous. Councilor Rapcorsetti, could you continue on to item 2019-011 and to a second read on August 9th, 2018?
New business, item 2019-011, appointments. Resolved, the town council appoints the following individuals to a multiple member board, committee, or commission. Golf Commission, Keith Hochstein from Centerville is a regular member to a term expiring 6/30/2021. Ron Mastros, Katuitt, is a regular member to a term expiring 6/30/2021. Housing Committee, Catherine Ritchie, Martians Mills, regular member, term expiring 6/30/2021. Community Preservation Committee, James Tenaglia is a Recreation Commission representative member to a term expiring 6/30/2019. This is referring to a second read on August 9th.
I have a second. All those in favor of referring item 2019-011 to a second read on August 9th, 2018? And that is unanimous. Can you continue on with item 2019-012, please?
Item under new business, refer to a second read on 8/9/2018. Item 2019-012, reappointments to a board, committee, or commission. Resolved, the town council reappoints following individuals Land Acquisition Preservation Committee, Ann Rowland, regular member, to a term expiring 6/30/2021. Phyllis Miller, regular member, term expiring 6/30/2021. F.P. Tom Lee is a regular member to a term expiring 6/30/2021. Ann Kennedy is a regular member to a term expiring 6/30/2021. Youth Commission, Matthew McCauley is a student member to a term expiring 6/30/19. Sean Dowling, student, to a term expiring 6/30/19. Ethan Sorrell as a student member to a term expiring 6/30/2019. Connor Levesque as a student member to a term expiring 6/30/2019. Aliana DeBarros as a student member, term expiring 6/30/2019. And Lieutenant Jean Chalice as an adult advisory member to a term expiring 6/30/2019.
I have a second. All those in favor of sending item 2019-012 to a second read on August 9th, 2018? And that is unanimous. All right, back to the beginning of new business. Councilor Hebert, could you please read item 2019-001 and refer to a second read on August 16th, 2018?
Yes, Mr. President, thank you. This is, again, new business for first reading. For item number 2019-001, authorizing the town manager to execute a regulatory agreement between the town of Barnstable and Seashore Homes Incorporated, located at 185 Ridgewood Avenue, Hyannis, Mass.
I have a second. All those in favor of sending item 2019-001 to a second read on August 16th, 2018? And that is unanimous. It's not listed here. Okay. Okay. So this is for sending item 2019-001 to a public hearing on August 16th, 2018. All those in favor? Unanimous. Councilor Crocker, could you please read item 2019-002?
Certainly. 2019-002, resolve allowing Mark S. Ells, town manager, to continue teaching at Cape Cod Community College under Section 8 of the town manager's contract, as written.
Second.
Second, any council discussion on this item?
Second.
All those in favor of moving the question? That's unanimous. This is item 2019-002. All those in favor of this item? And that is unanimous. Councilor Cullum, could you please read item 2019-003?
Item 2019-003, resolve authorizing an intermunicipal agreement with the town of Yarmouth to provide tree warden support services to the town of Yarmouth as written.
Second, and Town Manager Mark Ells with the rationale.
Good evening, Mark Ells, Town Manager. This is a continued effort between Barnstable and Yarmouth as we collaborate on various issues. The town manager came to us and in needing tree warden services, and we have that on our staff. We spoke with Public Works Department about how we might assist the town of Yarmouth. We came up with this agreement between the town of Barnstable and Yarmouth, an intermunicipal agreement, where after hours and up to 4 hours a week, and at the discretion of the department and the employee, the town of Yarmouth would pay our person overtime to go to Yarmouth and assist with issues that a tree warden would support a town in. And we put in place in the agreement all of the language relevant to liabilities and indemnities. And I've reviewed this with staff and recommend that we proceed in this collaborative effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Any councilor on this? Councilor Approsetti?
Thank you. Mark, who's our tree warden? Because I know we were looking for a
I think
new
we're
one.
down a tree warden and we we just brought on Mr. White, correct? Or is that the assistant at this point? He's the assistant. Who's the?
Joe Marshall's acting.
Oh, we don't have a tree warden. We're in the process of hiring, so the general foreman of Highway, Joe Marshall, is acting.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Flores?
I'm just curious, as we get closer to the hearings relative to the tree removal on 6A, will we have a certified tree arborist on board? Because we had suggested that when these trees would be evaluated, that we would have someone from Eversource, someone from the town, would also have an outside independent entity to make sure that collectively we were reaching consensus on being sure that the trees that were going to be trimmed or removed were actually necessary.
So Rob Steen, Department of Public Works. So we have two, Mike White, who we just talked about, who's the assistant tree warden, is a certified arborist. Joe Marshall, who's the general foreman, also is a certified horticulturalist and is going to go get his certification for as an arborist as well. But Mike White is a certified arborist as of now in good standing. We've also just sent a third to testing. Martin Potter, who's away with duty at the Coast Guard right now, before he left, went to get his test and just took his test. So the ideal is we'll have 3 certified individuals in the department, and then we'll hire, we're in the process of looking and about to hire, or hopefully going to hire soon, a tree warden to take the place of Jem when he left.
Anyone else?
Move the question.
Second. I have a second. All those in favor of moving the question? And that is unanimous. This is item 2019-003. All those in favor of this item? And that is unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Dagwan, could you please read item 2019-004 and refer to a public hearing on August 16th, 2018, please?
Yes, Mr. President. Item 2019-004, appropriation order in the amount of $11,438.30 for the purpose of addressing the impact of transportation network services on the town of Barnstable's transportation infrastructure. Referred to a public hearing on August 16th.
I have a second. All those in favor of referring item 2019-004 to a public hearing on August 16th, 2018? And that is unanimous. Councilor Schnapp, could you please read item 2019-005 and refer to a public hearing on August 16th, 2018, please?
Item 2019-005, appropriation order in the amount of $80,000, community preservation funds for passive recreation, shared use pedestrian and bicycle path phase 4. Referred to public hearing, August 16th, 2018.
I have a second. All those in favor of referring item 2019-005 to a public hearing on August 16th, 2018? And that is unanimous. Councilor Tinsley, could you please read item 2019-006 and refer to a public hearing on August 16th, 2018, please?
Certainly, through you, Mr. President. New business, item number 2019-006, referred to a public hearing on August 16, 2019, appropriation order in the amount of $200,000 community preservation funds for the Community Housing Creation Housing Assistance Corporation, HAC, 57 Ridgewood Avenue, Hyannis, as written.
I have a second, but just to be clear, it's 2018, not 2019. Okay. So I have a second. All those in favor of referring item 2019-006 to a public hearing on August 16th, 2018? And that is unanimous. Councilor Flores, could you please read item 2019-007?
Yes, this is item 2019-007. It's an order for special legislation petition to further amend Statute 1992, Chapter 61, the State Highway Route 6A Scenic Road relative to tree cutting in the Old Kings Highway Regional Historic District Act relative to civil fines. Just a point of information on this. This is a recommendation that we bring forward to the legislature through our state representatives, Tim Whalen and Will Crocker, who have agreed to carry this to the legislature as soon as we pass it, to be sure that in the future, when trees are cut down on 6A, that there is a process and a procedure that the town can implement to control, if you will, what actually happens. And I'll just quote.
Councilor Flores, I just gotta stop you there, because we have to do a second first before we discuss it. So now we have a second, so if you want to do the rationale, you can.
Right, and the rationale basically was based on the massacre of the trees on 6A during this past winter. Granted, those were on private property. The trees that are now being recommended to be cut down sometime in the fall, which was 100-plus trees, has been put on hold as a result of my constituents speaking up, coming to a public hearing here at Town Hall, and I've worked closely with the town attorneys, Ruth Weil and Dave Houghton, to be sure that we can somehow put into place a mechanism that prevents Eversource or any utility coming in sort of willy-nilly and deciding that they're going to cut down a tree without any kind of without any kind of issue that they might have to deal with. So basically, this is going to provide that any further trimming or cutting of any trees or parts thereof located up to 10 feet adjacent to or extending over State Highway Route 6A, that they'll be subject to this new, the provisions of this new chapter. And basically, they'll have to come before us to get approval. And more importantly, anyone who violates this, there'll be an appropriate fine attached of $500, which would be monitored by the Old Kings Highway Regional District, coupled with the building inspector. So we're putting some teeth, if you will, into local rules and regulations to make sure that we maintain the beauty of Route 6A, which is an iconic scenic highway here in America. Thank you.
Thank you. Any council discussion on this item? Do I have a second? All those in favor of moving the question? That is unanimous. This is item 2019-007. All those in favor of this item? And that is unanimous. Councilor Biedenbender, could you please read item 2019-008 and refer to a public hearing on August 16th, 2018?
Thank you, Mr. President. This is item number 2019-008, amending the General Ordinance, Chapter 147 by adding Article 5, Prohibition against Bobcat, Fox, and Coyote killing contests. This is to be referred to public hearing on August 16th, 2018.
Is there a second?
Point of information, Mr. President.
Vice President Crocker.
This is the very first time that this order has come to a duly called public meeting. Am I correct on that?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
But on Sunday, on a radio show, I heard the sponsor of this state that the votes were there to pass it. And that, to me, is egregious, because it puts a suspicion over this whole board and suggests suspicious and inappropriate behavior, and it suggests a violation of the open meeting law. I will not be supporting this going forward to its second meeting. Thank you.
All right, I have a second. All those in favor of referring item 2019-008 to a public hearing on August 16th, 2018? There's 4 in favor. All those opposed? Seven opposed. Any abstentions? 2 abstentions. It does not go to a second read. That ends the orders of the day. The next regular meeting is Thursday, August 9th, 2018. Do I have a motion to adjourn? All those in favor? Have a good night.